bitch. Oh, excuse you? Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion. And Carrie, Annie. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Hey y'all, welcome and happy Monday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically get into all things going on in celebrity news and hot topics. So that's a show for you that you'd be interested in tuning in for. Stick around. And also, if you haven't already, if you could please do me a solid and hit that like button and that subscribe button. Also, be sure to smash that notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. And so we got some tea to get into. We got to talk about Better Man flopping at the box office. Y'all know I love me some Robbie Williams, but we got to talk about it. About how much money he made and what movie actually beat, what smaller film actually beat them at the box office financially. We also got to talk about these numbers that's coming in about Captain America Brave New World. That movie's coming out in a couple of weeks. I have to be honest, I'm not really all that excited for it, but a friend of mine wants to go to the theater to see it. So I'm like, okay, we'll just go see the damn movie. So we got to talk about that. Plus, Andy Muschietti is being dragged on Twitter. I saw that earlier. I was like, damn, my wire done fell and everything. I got a lot going on. So Andy Muschietti is being dragged on the Twitter. Oh, we got some breaking news. Hold on. We'll get into that in a second. But Captain America Brave New World is actually, we'll talk about that in the box office stuff. We'll talk about Andy Muschietti, who's being dragged on social media on the demographic he is blaming for the fact that The Flash flopped at the box office. Talk about somebody in Hollywood who, yet again, is in the bubble and doesn't really understand what the hell he's doing. I don't know if we could blame it on being lost in translation with a different language, or he's not English, it's not his first language or whatever, but we're going to talk about it. And then we got to talk about the Grammys. There's some tea coming out in regards to what's happening with that because you know what's going on with the LA wildfires. Also, the Oscar nominations, how that's going to be affected. So we're going to get into that. Bad Bunny just announced earlier today that he's doing a residency in Puerto Rico. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, Carrie Underwood, child, they dragging her ass on social media because apparently she's singing at the Donald Trump's inauguration next week. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, Sonny Hostin is going hard for her husband. She's standing by her man, Manny. And she said, you know, she fighting back against these allegations of them saying that he out here committing insurance fraud and all that stuff. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, speaking of insurance fraud, Tyler Perry, of all people, came out in defense of us, John Q. Public, and is going in on the insurance companies with the scamations they've been pulling, where they pulled out, they stopped people's insurance before the fire started happening, because they don't want to be on the hook to pay for all of that. So it's like, y'all want people to give y'all money, but then when it comes down to a situation where people are putting all their money in for that protection, y'all don't want to do y'all part. Where's Luigi when we need him? Free Luigi. Anyway. Plus, we're going to talk about Allison Holker. Child, the more this bitch, I hear about her, I'm really starting to despise this Saltine in sheep's clothing. So we're going to talk about her. Plus, Justin Timberlake, they coming for him again. Apparently, I saw this video that was floating online. I was like, I need to bring it up. They trying to say he was being mean to his fans. This might be a one-time situation, but I'm probably going to defend Justin in this specific topic. So hold on to your wigs before we get to that topic. Plus, we got a lot of Drag Race news. The Vivienne's family say, was showing their love and support for those of you who show them love and support over the weekend at UK Drag Con and all that other stuff, you know, with everything's been going on social media. So her family is speaking out. Plus, there's a rumor floating around that RuPaul, and I think Onyx, if I'm not mistaken, first sent me this, but I've been seeing this story floating around so much, I'm like, Jesus, we got to address it. So apparently there's a rumor going around that RuPaul is considering quitting Drag Race because of the Vivienne passing away and that sort of thing. And I got to come up in here and defend Lexi Love because, you know, while she ate on Friday's episode, the ageism has got to stop. 34 is not old. Y'all tried it. First of all, you hoes over there on Drag Race, but I hope and pray your ass make it to 34. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, Bob the drag queen is defending targeting some of the Real Housewives over there on the Traitors. So I don't know if y'all actually caught the first 3 episodes of the Traitors, but we're going to break all that down a whole lot more. So if, as I said earlier, if y'all have not already, please hit that like button, that subscribe button, also smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Please and thank you. Hit my banner. I know that was a long ass intro. Hello, hello, hello. In the words of RuPaul. Okay, so a friend of mine just sent me this post. Apparently, Lipo Lee is stepping down from Hollywood Unlocked. I am gang. I'm like, really? What he had to say? Let's take a listen.
I'll be stepping back from the operations of, I'll be stepping down as CEO of my nonprofit. But I'll be stepping back because the one thing I will say is that a lot of celebrities have built relationships with me, and I understand because of my influence, my impact. I'm live over here, so don't
That ain't the reason.
my thing.
Yo impact daughter. Okay. These sissies love to toot their own damn home.
I'll still guide the vision. I'll still lead the vision. But I'll be stepping back because when people have issues with things that my staff write, let's go fool God, they call me. They call me and they tell me why they don't like this, why they don't like that, or can I change this, or can I change that? Well, I've done some of that and I haven't seen the reciprocity and love. So now, if you have an issue, show up to the show. Come talk about it. But you can't call me anymore. I don't want any calls about Hollywood anymore. Call me about changing my community. Call me about changing the world. Call me about impacting the lives of young people. Call me about investing. Call me about building. But do not call me about stories on Hollywood. I don't have the capacity to be. I'm live. Don't walk live. I don't have the capacity to be contacted about things unrelated to moving the world forward. So if you have any issues with Hollywood Unlocked, you can DM this page, you can email my staff, but you will not call me anymore, and I will not take those calls. And unless it's something legally that I have to change, my attorneys can deal with that, but I won't be doing that because I can't allow people to waste my time any longer. Are we stepping back from here?
Okay, and to that point, I say this is exactly why I do not try to be friends with a lot of these damn celebrities. Because if you're going to get in this space of talking about people for a living and you're going to call them out on the stuff that they do, the thing you cannot do is make friends with them. And 9 times out of 10, Jason Lee cannot forego a simple sentence before he gets to the period end of the sentence without dropping a celebrity name in the conversation. I can't tell you how many times I feel like I'd have been a pissed out drunk, have to go to damn rehab the many times he mentions Rihanna and Tiffany damn Haddish in a goddamn sentence. So you stepping back, that might actually be a good thing. Not saying that anybody should be threatened by what you've done. What you do is what you do. But the celebrity ass kiss, I can't stand people that do that. If it whether it was him or anybody else, because a lot of y'all move real fake in this industry. And you know, if he wants to step back from Hollywood Unlocked and allow other people to continue to do what they do, this is a media space. And a lot of you celebrities also need to understand that it goes hand in hand. So if y'all do stuff, that we're going to talk about it. I don't give a good goddamn who it is. So you're not going to sit up in here and try to rub noses and hobnob and kiki and act like we cool and everything and think that I'm not going to sit up in here and when the stuff you doing hits the streets and I'm not going to talk about it. Now I will be graceful enough to hit you up and be like, so there's a story, I'm going to run it. What you got to say? Like, is there anything you want to say that I can tell the audience? If it gets to a point where it's just like, oh, well, don't run. Like, if you're going to do that and then all of a sudden everybody else is going to have the scoop when I had it before everybody else, I'm not doing that. And if it has to forego a friendship, oh, well, I have a lot of regular friends that I roll around with in these streets that I feel like are way realer than a lot of these fake ass celebrities. So I don't feel no way side. I'll be like Wendy Williams. I will talk about your ass like a damn dog, go home, draw my blinds, and go about my damn business. But some of the people in the comments were saying, and this wasn't even a part of the damn docket, but have the, people love sending me stuff on social media. This is why I got to stay on my damn phone. So there's one person said, something don't seem right. Another person said he's not switching up, he's elevating. He told exactly what in the very first sentence and last. He doesn't have capacity to put out fires when that energy shall be spent doing the work he signed up for. Isn't he also allegedly getting into politics too? Somebody said, I don't think any politician should be running a gossip site anyway. Ain't shit gonna get done from this, and put a clown emoji. Another person said he appears disheveled. Well, if y'all seen that video that I was actually watching as I was playing y'all the audio through the mic, he did look like, yeah, he been through some things. I don't know if it was alleged drugs or if it was the fact that you may have just woken up, because that hair was looking like, child, you should have put a comb through it or something. So there was like, who's in the back though? Who you hiding? Well, hopefully they have age, allegedly. They said we live in a world where bloggers can wake up one day and just become politicians. Well, look, y'all went and voted somebody who had no damn what is it? No kind of recollection or any kind of way of knowing anything regarding politics. Like y'all voted for Donald damn Trump. So if y'all gonna sit up here and get mad over him running for office, then y'all need to be also mad about Donald Trump, because Donald Trump has no political um background. He don't know nothing about politics. Yet and still y'all sat and voted his ass in and didn't even care the fact that the man is a convicted felon. So if we're gonna sit up in here and nitpick, this ain't the time. Look, in this day and age, in 2025, we don't have time to be nitpicking, because y'all just put anybody in office, apparently. Look, once upon a time, wasn't Arnold Schwarzenegger the governor of California? So, y'all don't care. People don't have to have political aspirations or a history of, or even going to law school, because don't majority of people who do politics, doesn't they have to go to law school, the fraternity, sorority, all that other, they got to go through all them damn channels. Donald Trump ain't do none of that, yet and still y'all put him in office a second time. And he about to be sworn in next week with Carrie Underwood doing her little yang yang, which we're going to get into later on in the show. But shout out to you, Lipo Lee. So they said, how you doing? And Robert said, didn't Wendy Williams tell people to not be friends with them? The Barbs are celebrating. Oh, child, they can't stand him. But and I'm sure that Armand Wiggins is celebrating too, because Armand can't stand Lipo Lee. But yeah, that has always been the motto that I go by. Like if I see people out and about, the celebrities that I have talked about, especially in the homosexual space, I'm cordial. Hey, how you doing? Keep it moving. But I don't be running out here scared in these streets. I know how to fight. And the one thing about these celebrities, they be trying to act like they can threaten you or act like they could beat you behind and do it. I said, okay, well, I guess you want a lawsuit if you thinking you're gonna put paws on me or send some of your other people. But look, it's true though. It's like, yeah, why are you trying to be friends with him? But it seems like he wants to be hobnobbing with these celebrities so damn bad. That's why I cackled the other day when he was at the Mariah Carey concert, and Mariah went in and hugged Riri, because that's who he was hanging with, and everybody's out here in these streets saying, damn, Rihanna, what he got on you that you just be all up. Y'all be a little too close a lot of times. Like, what he got on you? Well, he know where your body's, but he know he got something on your ass. And so Mariah went in for the hug, and I think Lipo was trying to slither his way up in there and trying to pet whatever she was wearing. And then security was like, don't be touching her. The cackle I let out watching that video, and the people in the comments, I had a laugh over that, according to not Charlotte Payne. Wendy doing just fine. The bars will have to suffer. Well, that's according to Charlamagne. I don't think Charlamagne know what he's talking about. First of all, people who have, and I had people in the comments when I cut up that particular topic, people who have dementia and stuff, they have good days and bad days. I'm sure there's days where she's sharp as a whip, and then there's days she probably don't even remember to wipe her own ass. So, and I don't want to sound graphic in that way, but y'all already know this show is called Unfiltered for a reason. I don't have time to be sitting here sugarcoating things. I got to get straight to the point. So, as much as I love Wendy Williams, and as much as y'all want her to come back into the whole fold and take back the mantle that she once did, because everybody out here talking about it's vacant. Bitch, it ain't vacant. There's a lot of us still doing the show. Just some of y'all ain't as quick-witted and as clever and as talented to be able to do what Wendy does. And I'm not trying to be Wendy. I'm not trying to replace her. Child, I've been running my mouth for as long as I can remember. My parents will tell you, I was talking before I was walking. And celebrity news and gossip, I've been doing this almost 20 years. Some of y'all just heard of me last week or today. Or as y'all watch, or some of you, if you're brand new and you came across this in your algorithm, it's probably just now you're watching. But it takes a certain type of skill to be able to do what people do, especially like if you talk where in reality we literally just sitting here talking to ourselves into a damn screen, and y'all are just watching and responding back. In the layman terms, it look like we're a bunch of damn nuts, but for the most part, it is a special type of skill to be able to sit here and captivate and hold y'all attention with the stuff that comes out of our mouths. But one of the things I've always said about Like Lee, he was never really good at the whole talent aspect. You're good at being in the background. You're good at creating a platform for you to have your own website and to be able to have people come on and do the things. But when you get when you put yourself on the screen and try to act like you the personality, sir, it's just one of the talents that is not. You just don't have that. No shade. But there's some of us out here who it comes naturally. There's some of you that think just because you hobnob and rub noses with a lot of celebrities that you have that tenacity and that talent to be able to do what it is a lot of us up here can do, basically in our sleep. And there's no shade. I'm just saying anybody could be, well, exactly. Anybody could be a politician. Y'all don't give a damn about our democracy and none of that other stuff. I was watching something earlier before I came on. That's why I was a little late. I was watching this Kyle Kalinske interview because I like secular talk. He the only one up on here that I could say on it was like three people that really be up in here giving it to you straight and no chaser and don't be trying to sell their soul like TYT and Joe Rogan and all of them for a damn check. Exactly. Unfiltered. Trump is an example of that. Doesn't mean he's good at what he does. Exactly. He just able to say a bunch of dumb shit to get y'all to vote for him, and he ain't gonna follow through on none of that stuff he promised. So I don't want to hear it. Y'all voted for him. It said if anybody calls my show neat, he has to go. Are we talking about No, not Kevin Costner, child. It said followed by Madonna losing the role in The Bodyguard because the role was originally for Madonna. Whitney got lucky because Madonna found the world neat too. Oh, I can't imagine Madonna doing The Bodyguard. I'm sorry, but I feel like because Madonna was the biggest star of the time, I could definitely see that was probably offered to her. But in so many ways, because that sounds like a movie tailor-made for Madonna, but I'm glad Whitney did it because Whitney ate in that role. So I can't honestly see anybody. It's kind of like what people were saying with the Will Smith story and The Matrix on how he's the rumor is that he's coming back as Neo. Some people believe, and this might be true though, but I'm not necessarily sure, that this might be a Super Bowl commercial because they are making another Matrix movie with Drew Goddard, and I like Drew Goddard's work. So I think that the movie is actually going to be pretty good. Drew Goddard, I think, was also he used to do a lot of TV stuff. I think he worked on some Buffy and Angel episodes and stuff. So Drew Goddard is, definitely somebody who understands like lore and supernatural stuff. But anyway, so I could definitely see Madonna doing that role. But at the same time, like the point I was making was the Will Smith Neo thing. Will Smith originally was supposed to play Neo. He turned it down. It went to Keanu Reeves. People can't see nobody but Keanu Reeves playing that part. Same thing with The Bodyguard. I can't see nobody else but Whitney Houston playing that part. So if y'all ever think about trying to remake that movie, please don't. Because it ain't going to work. We ain't going to accept it. We're going to let it flop at the box office. Well, those of us veterans that actually grew up watching the movie. I think I was in middle school when that movie came out. When that movie came out, 1990, 91. I love, I like Sebby Sebs too. Yeah, I sent you that. I'll be sending you some Sebby Sebs stuff. I forget who introduced me to her. I think it was my friend Dane. He the one that introduced. He was like, "These are some of the people you need to watch," and I like her because she don't bite her tongue. Just like that thing that came out about the billionaires couple that owns the water supply, and that's why they were talking about. That's why there was a lot of water coming out. One of my friends trying to send me something to my, oh, it's not true, and had the nerve to source Fortune magazine, and I'm like, Fortune magazine, the magazine that actually does stories on billionaires and millionaires in this country, you're expecting that to be the source of information that I'm supposed to take about billionaires owning and running the water supply in LA? This is your source? Really? Am I the only one that's like seeing this here? Am I crazy? I was like, I'm not going to take a magazine that makes its bones on spilling the overall income of people who are millionaires and billionaires as your source of information about a billionaire couple owning the water supply. I never heard that either, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was because in the 90s, Madonna was like one of the biggest pop stars on the planet. So I could definitely see that that's what that was. And from probably what she said in Truth or Dare, Kevin Costner was like, oh no, I want that bitch in this movie. I could definitely see him saying that. We would never gotten a soundtrack of True. And nobody been able to sing it like Whitney either. Because, that is a Dolly Parton song. And I do love the fact that how Whitney took that song into a completely different direction, because the way that Dolly sings it versus Whitney sings it sounds like two completely different songs. And that's what I mean when I talk about remaking somebody's song. It needs to sound like something that you can make your own rather than you singing the exact interpretation of what somebody already did. That's what used to always irritate me when I used to watch shows like American Idol, because I'm like, you're not elevating the song. You're literally saying it like a Celine would, or Mariah would sing the song, or, any of the big singers, the big vocalists, Mariah, Celine, or Whitney. And it's like, well, what's your version? That's why I always like when, Adam Lambert came on and he sang Mad World differently than the original artist sang it. Because I'm like, you took somebody's song and you twisted it and put a different interpretation. Those are the type of remakes that I like. I don't want an exact fucking Xerox copy version of what already exists. I get irritated with that. I don't think Kevin Costner would have worked with her. I mean, well, with Madonna, I mean, he does appear in Truth or Dare. That's where all this is coming from. Where he went backstage, he was with the film. They had a little kiki session. They hugged and stuff, and then I guess she got turned off because he said the show was really neat. She's like, neat, and then she made a little shady comment. He wasn't there. She said it behind his back, but of course, it made it in the movie. Did you hear the Kardashians were fined for using? Were they? Well, child, as they should. I heard they donated money too. But look, then I heard the story about I forget the guy's name, that owns like a shopping mall in the Palisades, and he had his own private fire company to prevent the water. Didn't Oprah do something similar when she was in Hawaii, when that big old fire was coming down, and had the absolute gall to take her ass on social media alongside Dwayne Johnson, loghead ass, and ask for money? I'm like, get the fuck out of here. All that money you went and sent for them private people to keep your shit from burning down. How about you take some of that same money and put it into your little situation? Because I would not be donating no money to her. And I think if the thing also, so we can hurry up and get off this and get into the show. The thing that irritates me also about the narrative behind was the fires and all the other stuff is that the mainstream media only wants to focus on the celebrities. They only want to focus on the Paris Hiltons and everybody else. And I like the fact that, Beyonce donated money from her Be Good Foundation, and the fact that Halle Berry is donating all the clothes out of her closet, and that's what they're doing in that way. I don't like the fact of the mainstream media only want to focus on celebrities. Like, they're the only ones that live in the Palisades. They're not the only ones that was affected. It was regular people that were too. Regular business owners who put a lot of their money. There was even a video I saw. This is why I don't watch news, mainstream news. I go on the internet and I see stuff. There was a guy that was like, he put so much money into his condo. He was just like, he's going to hope and pray it doesn't burn down, because it's like, that's all some people have. Like, not everybody is out here living the life of luxury like a goddamn Kardashian. Or Drea Michelle big forehead ass, who out here promoting humidifiers while there is a fire. Celine would redo The Bodyguard. She's a pretty good actress. I don't think I've ever seen Celine Dion act in something. Or maybe I have. I mean, I know she did. She was in Deadpool, but that was like the theme song that they were trying to be funny. Like, it was what's that? James Bond. Like, they were trying to do something like that. But I don't recall. I don't think I've ever seen her act in something. We got all the pop stars recordings banned from choir because that's what I was like. No originality, because you had to sing it the way it was sung. I was like, let's change. We need to change this up. Let's remix it. But anyway, so let's talk about, speaking of singing, let's talk about Robbie Williams and the fact that he got this huge flop on his hands. And I don't know why people didn't see this coming. I mean, it's no shade to him. I am a Robbie Williams fan. That's why I brought this story up. So now, on a quiet weekend in movie theaters, while much of Hollywood's attention was on the wildfires that continue to rage in Los Angeles, Lionsgate's Den of Thieves 2 Pantera debuted atop of the box office with $15.5 million on a $40 million budget, according to studio estimates on Sunday. It also, entering wide release over the weekend was the Robbie Williams movie Better Man, one of the more audacious spins on the music biopic in recent years. Now, rather than going the more traditional route of Elton John with Rocket Man or Elvis Presley with Elvis, the British pop, or Bohemian Rhapsody, which I already know I hate that damn movie. The British pop star is portrayed by a CGI chimpanzee in Michael Gracey's film. Now, the Paramount Pictures release, produced for $110 million and acquired by Paramount for $25 million. Didn't catch on much better than Williams' previous forays into the United States. It tanked with $1.1 million in ticket sales from 1,291 locations. Gracie's previous feature, which was 2017's The Greatest Showman, made it grossed $459 million worldwide. Now, here's the thing. I had no idea, and it's funny how, I'm looking at the numbers. I didn't even know that he directed The Greatest Showman, which I remember, at one point, that was such a huge movie. I know a lot of people love that film with Hugh Jackman and Zendaya and so many others. Zac Efron, I believe, was in that movie, too. Why is my screen blurry? Okay, we're clear now. Sometimes the pictures get on my nerves with that. But anyway, so, now it said it was bested by, now this is the gag. It was bested by The Last Showgirl, which is the Las Vegas drama which stars Pamela Anderson. And I also saw this article too. Shout out to Pamela Anderson. I'm glad she's getting a resurgence in her career because at one point it was like she was seen as the joke. She's the big boobed girl with, who did Baywatch and was in Playboy over a dozen times and had this infamous sex tape with Tommy Lee. And everybody kind of looks at her as like this blonde bimbo. And I have to give a shout out to her son, Brandon Lee. No relation to the Crow actor, but Brandon Lee has been the one who has been behind this resurgence of his mother and really rehabilitating and rejudging her image. And so now it's like, I know some people look at Pamela Anderson is a serious actress. Really? I'm like, if you put in the work and the time and the effort, yes, I could definitely see Pamela Anderson being taken seriously as an actress. And I think that a lot of it started because she doesn't go around wearing all that damn makeup, which she said she's not opposed to. But for the most part, it's like, yeah, I think she wants people to accept the fact that, yeah, she's getting older. She is, she's still an attractive woman. But people get so caught up in age and all that other stuff. But I like Pamela. I've always been a fan of Pam Anderson. Look, I can't tell you how many times I've seen Barbed Wire. I know a lot of people don't like that damn movie, but I love me some Barbed Wire. I went to the movies to see that. But anyway, so it went on to say this about the film. The film basically tells a more fantastical version of Williams' life, his rise and fall of how he came to become one of Britain's most beloved entertainers. Now, Williams himself is featured in the film as the voice of, himself, while actor Jonah Davies performs as the motion captured stand-in, as Williams is portrayed as a chimp throughout the film. In case we forgot to mention that, the cast also includes Steve Pemberton, Damon Harriman, Rachel Bannell, Allison Steadman, and Kate Mulvaney. These are names, I have no idea who they are, but I'm assuming they're well known in the UK. So now the question remains, is Better Man worth seeing? Now, from what I've heard, it is a good film. I haven't heard nothing bad about the film. I believe it scored a 87% positive rating on Rotten Tomatoes, and the audience members basically gave it a 94%. So everybody that I've heard that have seen this movie, critics or whatever, even YouTube pundits or whatever you want to call it, have said that this is a good movie. And I'm sure it's a good movie. Based off the trailer, it looks like a pretty good movie. I know some people say that the chimp looks a little janky. I was trying to think of the word. It looks a little, it's not as convincing, but it's like, child, we already know it's a damn, it ain't no real damn chimp. So I can suspend my disbelief if the special effects and the CGI isn't all that great. However, I'm actually not surprised this movie didn't do well. Now, as much as I like Robbie Williams is not a household name outside, in my opinion, of the UK. I don't know, maybe he is big in Venezuela or Colombia or South America or other parts of South America or Brazil or even Australia or New Zealand. I don't know. All I know is, I know he's pretty popular over in the UK. I know at one point they tried to make him a big star over here in the US about 20 some odd years ago when Rock DJ and all them songs started coming out. They were trying to push him and Let Me Entertain You. They were trying to really push Robbie Williams here. But I don't think a lot of people got his self-deprecating humor. I don't think people got, he was very cheeky with his personality, that he was not your typical pop star. They're very much a little more tongue-in-cheek over there. They don't take themselves too seriously. And I think at the time, if I really look back on it, I'm kind of glad he didn't become a big star here, because I think he was under the influence of doing a lot of drugs and a lot of partying. He had that whole party boy lifestyle back then. And I feel like if he would have crossed over and made it big in the US, I don't think Robbie Williams would be here to tell his story, and we wouldn't probably be getting this movie. So while I understand that Robbie Williams would now, if it was in a documentary and it was on like Netflix or whatever, which he actually did have a docu-series on Netflix. If it was in that form, I can understand that because it's, people could get to know him and that sort of thing. But spending over $100 million on a biopic on someone who is not like, and I hate having to put levels on things of like a Michael Jackson or a Madonna or somebody who is or Whitney Houston or somebody who has worldwide appeal, not only in the United States but abroad, where there's a guarantee you can recoup that money. Then he shouldn't have gotten a biopic. Like, I understand you're big in the UK, but outside of that, like I said, I'm not really sure if Robbie Williams is a huge star outside of, his UK stomping ground. So, as I said before, I like Robbie Williams. I'm a fan of his music, and all that good stuff. But unfortunately, his movie flopped, and I know the fans are hoping for a miracle child. You better keep hoping because I don't think it's going to happen. And that's no shade. I'm just saying. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Are any of y'all surprised that Better Man flopped at the box office? But I am kind of relatively gagging that the last Showgirl with Pamela Anderson bested them financially at the box office. But there's been a lot of buzz around Pamela Anderson and her performance and Jamie Lee Curtis and all that other stuff. Notwithstanding what Jamie said about the whole comparing the fires out in California to Gaza, putting that all aside, there have been great rave reviews about The Last Showgirl, and I definitely want to see this film. So I don't know when I'm going to get around to that, but I want to see it. And I also want to see I definitely want to see Better Man as well. It's just unfortunate that it's not doing well, but child, I'm going to just wait until like the end of the month because that's probably when it's going to end up on VOD anyway, because you know how they are in the theaters. The movie don't do well, it'll be out on VOD. Look, we got freaking Craven the Hunter coming out this week on VOD. So what's the point of going to the movies if movies are going to be out on demand in like a week from its release if it bombs? So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Like I said, I saw there's a Robbie Williams documentary. Yeah, there is a documentary. And no shade, I haven't even seen it either. I kept forgetting about it because Netflix, I've always said millions of times, is horrible with the way that they do their promotions. It's like they'll bring up, I'll happen to just be scrolling on Netflix. I'm like, oh, that's up there? I didn't even know that was coming. Like, they don't really advertise things. They just throw things up there. Oh, sidebar. I heard that Netflix donated money to the fires and stuff as well. So they're doing their part. But yeah, I haven't gotten around to watching it as well. I want to see it. Hopefully one of these days I'll get around to it when I'm in a music biopic documentary mood. I have to get in the mood when I'm watching like biopics and or documentaries on musicians. It takes to be able to sit down and have the patience. So I hate to say it, but it should have skipped theaters in the US straight to Paramount Plus. He, like Kylie Minogue, however, they didn't market him to gay men the way they did. And the funny thing was they should have marketed Robbie Williams to gay guys because gay fans, he has a lot of gay fans. And he kind of plays in that tongue-in-cheekish. I was like, my ring light was not evened out. He kind of plays in that whole tongue-in-cheekish type of a situation. So they should have marketed him in that, but I understand how this industry is. The mainstream industry is immensely homophobic. They really don't understand how these audiences work. Like, pop music is pretty much successful because of young people, gay men, and girls. So who eventually, have to grow up. So, and then the girls who grow up there, it's that nostalgia. So they always will pay homage and show love to that person that they grew up with. So they always will be a loyalty there. And also the gays, there's a lot of gay guys that like Robbie Williams, me being one of them. So I don't understand why they should have marketed him to the homosexuals. He said, I haven't heard much of Robbie's music. He wasn't really much. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say he's an acquired taste, but not really. He has some really good pop songs. As I have, it's very British. The best pop music. He even wrote a song about Madonna because he was dating Guy's ex-girlfriend who left her for Madonna because why she's been. Oh, is that what that song is about? I'm gonna have to listen to that again. If they marketed Robbie to the gays, I'm sure like Kylie, it would have worked. Yeah. But look, all I ask, Kylie, please do not add kids to the set list for the Attention Tour. I am so over that song. I'm tired of hearing that song. You've sang that song enough. I think you have given that song its due diligence. Can you please retire it? So I do not want to hear kids anymore. Please. And thank you. I know she loves performing it, but girl, majority of the fans cannot stand that song. And it was like, I still want to see the Becoming Madonna documentary. I've seen clips and it looked good. I'm just waiting for somebody to leak it on YouTube because it's like, yeah, I can't. I mean, I want to see it too. So, there's that. Okay, so now in other box office news, let's get into some Captain America talk because there's early box office tracking for the film, and it says that it's going to have a domestic opening between 81 to 107 million dollars. Now, actually, earlier today they dropped. I guess we're going to call it the final trailer. They dropped a final trailer for Captain America: Brave New World, and I have to say, I actually thought it looked pretty good. The way they put it all together, the reshoots and everything looks pretty good. Um, it seems like they're focusing a lot on the adamantium and all the other stuff and how it's gone haywire, and I guess they're using it to that I'm wondering if that's going to be a way for them to kind of include the X-Men or something or another. It seems like they're trying to rush that in, but for the most part, I'm still on the fence about it because I guess it's maybe because I've heard so much that with the reshoots and all that other stuff that I'm a little skeptical. But a friend of mine was like, "We going to the movies to see this, right?" And I'm like, "I guess." So because a friend of mine wants to go see Captain America: Brave New World, I guess I'm gonna go see it in the theater. But so yeah, it's tracking the gross between 81 to 107 million. But to be honest, that doesn't sound bad. However, I guess according to MCU standards, they're implying that it's kind of a low number. So, according to Deadline, it's saying it's less than 5 weeks until the first big opening of 2025, that being Disney slash Marvel Studios' Captain America Brave New World, which hit tracking service Quorum and is expected to do 86 to 95 million over the 4-day Valentine's Day President's Day weekend on February 14th. The Friday through Monday figure is also bound to be 100 million plus at this point in time. Now, that projection takes into account the change up in cast in Captain America franchise and the overall reset of the franchise. The next installment is a grounded title a la 2014's Captain America Winter Soldier, which opened at 95 million over 3 days on April 4 to 6. Well, here's the thing. The thing with Captain America Winter Soldier, I have to say, is one of my all-time favorite Captain America movies. That is like at the top. Like, and of course, I like Endgame and the other one that came before. Jesus, I forgot what the Infinity War Endgame, but Captain America Civil War. Well, I like Captain America Civil War, but Captain America Winter Soldier, that is like at the top of my list of all-time favorites. I could watch that movie a million times and not get bored. So with this number and stuff projecting, my Valentine's Day week is going to be pretty busy because not only do I want to see this, but I also want to see Heart Eyes because y'all already know I love my slasher movies. So I definitely want to see Heart Eyes. So I think I'm going to go see both over the weekend and I'll let you guys know how it is. But while I am pretty much excited for anything to do with Marvel, and I'm hoping and praying that Marvel can get it together because y'all have been kind of stumbling a little bit post phase 3. There's been a couple of movies that have come out that were good, but then a lot of them with the shows and the movies and stuff have kind of been more miss than hit for me. And I've been relatively disappointed. You already know I was disappointed. Well, the Marvels, it was watchable, but I was disappointed. Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, despised that movie. After 20 minutes, it was just background noise for me. I really just checked out because I don't know what the hell happened with that film. I was relatively disappointed with um, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. There was just too much going on in that film. It felt more like a Sam Raimi film versus me watching. It was like him doing Evil Dead in the world of Doctor Strange rather than giving me a Doctor Strange sequel. So there were parts of that that irritated me too. Um, Eternals was a little too long for me, a little too boring. There were parts of the movie that I enjoyed, but for the most part, I was like, oh my God, this film was dragging. And I didn't care how many damn celebrities you had up in it or big names. It just I was bored with that freaking film. So a lot of the movies that was in that phase was just, I was relatively disappointed. And I'm really hoping that they can get it together as we move into 2025 with all these films coming out between Captain America Brave New World and also with, and I'm not holding my breath, but with Fantastic Four. I've been disappointed with every Fantastic Four. Like, I mean, the ones with Jessica Alba and Ian Griffith and Chris Evans, that was watchable, but the second one, Rise of Silver Surfer, was terrible. And I already know we're getting Silver Surfer coming out again with Julia Garner, who's going to have a big year because she's about to be in a new movie this week, Wolfman, which I'm actually looking forward to. So um, I'm hoping that we can finally get a good Fantastic Four after being disappointed so many times. And I like Michael B. Jordan in the other one. The movie was just bad, though. He was good in it, but the movie was bad. And somebody also brought this up, sidebar, since we talking about Fantastic Four. Somebody actually brought, I think I was watching Christian Harlow's show, the one he does Capes and Cowls, because that's like out of all the shows he does, that's my favorite panel with him, Winston, and Coy. He was talking about something where they said they should do it all, but because if somebody was being ignorant and making a comment about, well, if they make Kiki Palmer Rogue, then y'all need to pick Sydney Sweeney as Storm. And it was like, you clear people, when y'all always try to use that as your argument, sometimes I be wanting to dive through the screen and smack y'all upside your head. I'm like, really? Like, the only cultural significance that you would say that a Rogue has would be she has a Southern accent. What connection does she have of her whiteness that she has to be a white girl? I'll wait. Now, in regards of Storm, Storm is a mutant from Africa, black as an ace of spades. And that's no shade. I'm just saying she is a dark-skinned black woman from Africa with superpowers. Where in that should we have a white girl? I mean, we get it, apartheid, all that other stuff. There's a lot of white people that came out of Africa that are African, like a Charlize Theron or a Elon ugly ass Musk. But when we talk about everybody else, it's like when you look at her in the comics, that is what she is. And if it's a specific connection of culture, you can't change up the race because that's what that is. The same thing with Black Panther. So I always hate having that damn argument. But somebody brought up, they was like, they should do an all black Fantastic Four. I was like, that would probably be cool. Who would we get to play, the all black Fantastic Four? That might actually be an interesting idea to see that. But you already know the mad white people and stuff. We can't change their race, all that other mess. But I'm like, if you got an interesting idea where you could tell them from a different standpoint and change up the whole race and do that, Hollywood would never do it because they like to pretend that they're, all inclusive. But they're all about filling a quota. I don't know how I got on this whole side rant, but I will say this, and I like Anthony Mackie. A friend of mine actually did a movie with him, Brother to Brother. They starred in it together. So I don't know him personally, but I've had conversations with a friend of mine about Anthony Mackie. I like Anthony Mackie as an actor. I think it was Brother to Brother. It was one of the movies that he did, but he mentioned Brother to Brother, and apparently, I guess Anthony felt that he was kind of taunting him or trying to be a little shady or whatever, and he was kind of giving him this look like, really, that's the movie you're gonna bring up? I forget what the name of the movie was. I gotta hit him up and be like, what film did they work on? But he mentioned that movie to him because that was a gay role that he played. But anyway, so I like Anthony Mackie. As far as trying to see him carry this mantle of Captain America after what happened with Steve Rogers, we don't know the iteration of Steve Rogers that we're going to get, since we heard that Chris Evans is making a return for Avengers Doomsday. I don't know if he's going to be able to carry this film. I'm going to see the movie. I'm going to see if he was able to. I'm not saying he got to act like he's Chris Hemsworth. I don't need him to be. I mean, Chris Hemsworth, Chris Evans. There's so many goddamn Chris's, me included. So I'm looking forward to seeing if he can carry this film on his own. I don't necessarily know. We'll see. But I'm not entirely 110% convinced, and it's probably because I don't even know if I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Has Anthony Mackie ever led a action movie or something of this magnitude, like that has been in the theater and all that other stuff? But we'll see when the movie comes out next month. So I say all this to you all. What do y'all think of this story regarding this opening President's Day numbers that they're predicting that Captain America is going to be making when it comes out? It doesn't sound pretty bad. I mean, I guess they are saying that because it's a Captain America movie, but you have to realize it's a Captain America movie without Chris Evans. So while this number doesn't bother me that much, I feel like this is because a lot of people are looking at this as these are skeptical numbers. These are people that are just like, you know what? We're going to go support the movie. We're going to go see it because it's a Captain America movie, but those numbers are pretty low because I think people are really skeptical about whether or not this film is going to be worth spending money on because of the stories we heard about the reshoots and all that other stuff. And maybe some people aren't convinced that Anthony Mackie can carry a superhero movie on his own. I mean, quiet as it's kept, a lot of y'all didn't really watch Falcon and Winter Soldier either. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. We got comments. You said in 33 years of giving me just a little more time, a chairman of the board hit Kylie outdid the original peak of number 62 by taking her version to number 2. I had no idea she had lots of number 2 hits in the UK. Well, yeah, she didn't always have like big number ones. It was always like she was just there, but not quite. Oh, you said, but because she was also on the Let's Get to It tour, it was extremely hard to book the normal 2 months talk show rounds to make sure it goes to number 1 because it's embedded into the public. We saying back then. Oh, it said back in the pure sales era, a tour was only greenlit when the album sold close to 5 to 7 million and back-to-back hits. Well, now everybody needs a tour to sell because them numbers, them sales don't mean nothing no more. Yeah, I did see that. That is actually an article on my website that Heidi Montag, Superficial, is the number 1 album in the country on iTunes. And I thought about doing that story too, but I was like, nobody's going to care. But here come Cleveland. And here's the thing. Don't windmill on me, but I was a fan of Heidi Montag back in the day. I used to run that CD into the damn ground. But so I like my cheesy pop music. But I'm glad that people are doing it for the right reasons. Because she and Spencer lost their home, and he asked people if they could just go on social media and just stream the album, so that way, they can make some money from it. And look what happened. So people doing stuff out of the goodness of their heart where it's not really going to cost you much, that they're not asking you to donate money and all this other stuff, that they were just like, you know what, just stream the album so that way she can get a cut of the money from Apple Music. And look what happened. He said, I bet it hit 100 million if it's really good. I need to update you on the upcoming last summer film. Ray and Julie are the supporting characters, not the main ones, and that's why Brandy said no, because Carla would be a quick cameo getting the hook. Oh, wait, they were trying to kill her? I've been hearing a lot of stories in regards to not only I Know What You Did Last Summer, but Scream. I'm getting irritated by a lot of you people who are sitting up here with the Scream spoilers. I'm like, they just started filming this movie last week, and here we go with people up in here with just spoiling stuff. When I'm hearing things, if y'all don't want to hear it, just mute your damn thing. Apparently, they're saying they're doing the multiple killer thing again, which is not going to be 2. It's going to be more than 2. And I know some people will groan and think that, oh, well, they already did that in Scream 6. Scream 6 was not a good movie. I already told y'all the third act irritated my spirit. I already figured out who the damn killers was before we even got to the third act. I knew it was the cop because there was certain things that he said and did. Like when Kirby got into the thing and they were talking about the therapist and all of a sudden the therapist ended up dead. I'm like, okay, it's somebody in the damn police force and it wasn't no damn Kirby. I knew for a fact it was like, okay, well, y'all not going to sit up in here and make it like Hayden Panettiere was the killer. So I already pretty much figured out it wasn't her. So I was like, it was Dermot Mulroney. I knew it was him. And then the only one who really had threw me off was Ethan, because it was like going back and forth. I was like, is it Ethan? Is it not Ethan? But I knew it was the big breasted redhead because they didn't even show her get killed. So I'm like, it's her. And then it's the other one. But I didn't know it was they were going to do like they were related, that connection. But everything else was like, I could pretty much figure it out. I don't want to be able to go in this movie and figure out who the killer is. I also think like with Scream, if they decide to do the multiple killers thing, I'm really hoping that, if it's Kevin Williamson, I'm not going to be all that upset about it, because this was an idea that Kevin Williamson had for Scream 3, which he didn't end up writing that script. It was Aaron Kruger, and that script was a mess. It seemed like every time Aaron Kruger put his name on something, it's not going to be a good script anyway. But when it came down to Scream 3, that was supposed to be the original idea where they were going to do a cult of killers, which is an idea that Kevin Williamson ended up using for his TV show that I actually liked, The Following, which was on Fox for like 2 seasons. That was the one where they had Kevin Bacon as the cop, the lead FBI guy or whatever. And Nico Tortorella was when they playing a homosexual who was in Scream 4. So, I like that idea, and I'm hoping that, okay, if you take some of those ideas from The Following and actually repurposes it for this movie, for his upcoming trilogy, whatever the hell they're going to do it, then I'm here for it. But the whole thing about multiple killers, that's fine. I don't mind it. But to answer your question about I Know What You Did Last Summer, if they're supporting characters, as long as you're doing something with them, I don't care if they're supporting characters. Yeah, make it about find a way to spin it off where it's like this new generation of characters can be the characters that get more screen time or whatever. Because I'm hearing that Mason Gooding has got a lot of screen time. Him and Celeste, excuse me, in Scream. Which I heard some people was gonna say he was the opening kill. I said, y'all better not. Now, after all that plot armor you gave him in the last 2 movies, to just kill him off in the first one, in the opening of this one, would be about as a cheap shot as y'all did in Halloween 5, when y'all went and had Rachel do all of that stuff of surviving Michael Myers in part 4, and in part 5, y'all bring her off just to get off with a pair of damn scissors. Are y'all dumb? Like, no. She would not have just been off that damn easily, and I don't even count Halloween 5. I hated that movie. Of the overall tone was all over the place. And that mask was horrible too. But if Ray and Julie are just supporting characters where they're ushering the story along, I don't mind it. Give them something to do. Don't make them no bona fide cameo, because I actually watched Scream 5 the other day. And I realized what irritated me about that movie, the way that they treated the legacy characters. Y'all didn't waste no time trying to kill off Dewey. Gail just felt like she was shoehorned in, and it felt like y'all didn't really give Sydney much to do. They just felt like they were just backgrounds decorations while y'all were trying to usher in this new core 4, and a lot of them, they weren't even really, really well fleshed out. Especially the dynamic between the Carpenter sisters. I mean, we knew the little things, like we got the backstory about her father being Billy Loomis and her discovering in her mother's diary and all that other stuff. But I just felt like that script just wasn't as airtight. So I'm hoping with Scream that Kevin Williamson has kind of zhuzhed it up a little bit. And with Ray and Julie, I'm actually hoping that, yeah, they give them something to do. But hopefully maybe if they make a sequel to I Know What You Did Last Summer, we'll get more Carla. I didn't know Lady Gaga stole a song meant for Heidi, aka Fashion, which ended up on Confessions of a Shopping Girl. Well, you know what happens? A lot of those songs do get floated around. Sidebar, speaking of Gaga, what's going on with LG7? Isn't that album supposed to be coming out in February? We already at January 13th. Sidebar, shout out to my sister. Today's her birthday. But yeah, isn't today? I mean, we already halfway sort of through January. Gaga, we ain't got an album title. We haven't seen an album cover. We haven't gotten a second single. Like, what's going on with the album? Is it being delayed because Disease didn't do that well? We want to know. I love Laurie Metcalf, Billy's mom in Scream too. Yeah, she was. I definitely loved Mrs. Loomis, aka Debbie Salt from Scream 2. She definitely was a good killer. And then she had Mickey, the freaky Tarantino film student, who, was helping her out with the kills and all that other stuff. So I just hope it's a really good motive in regards to like this new film when it comes out in 2026. But I do need a lot of y'all to lay off, especially you, Mr. Daniel RPK, all the little spoilers that you keep putting out. Okay, so now let's get into some delusional director news, and let's talk about Andy Muschietti, who is speaking out about The Flash and why he believes that the film flopped at the box office. And I saw that this was trending on Twitter. Robert also sent this to me yesterday, but I saw it was trending all over Twitter, and I was like, chill. They were going in. Even today, they were going in still. So The Flash, was, or maybe y'all don't know, was made on a budget of $200 million. However, it bombed at the box office, and Andy Muschietti, who directed the film, is explaining in his delusional mind as to why the movie flopped. So The Fastest Man Alive wasn't a runaway hit with audiences, especially women. That's according to the Flash director, Andy Muschietti, who says in a new interview that his DC film flopped in part because it failed to draw an audience of all four quadrants: older men, older women, younger men, and younger women. So, the film starred Ezra Miller as the Scarlet Speedster, Barry Allen, opposite Michael Keaton's Batman. And it ended its 9-week run in theaters with just $266 million at the global box office when it opened in the summer of 2023. Now, that is bad, because if your budget is $200 million and worldwide you only gross $266 million, that means it made back $66 over its, or $66 million over, I said $66. $66 million more over the budget. So it made its budget back. But as far as like the marketing and everything else, it didn't make, because how much money did they put into the marketing for this film? Plus all the other things that y'all got to pay back. So yeah, it's a dud. Like I can understand if your movie has a budget of $200 million, I would think that the expected gross, they would expect like for it to at least be a box office hit. It's got to at least clear. I would go 500-600 million. Maybe you could even push for a good 700. So that would be considered a big hit if the budget was $200 million. But yeah, the movie bombed, and so they said The Flash failed among all other reasons because it wasn't a movie that appealed to all four quadrants. It failed at that. This is what he told Radio 2's La Burrera de Causo show. And this is probably that same podcast that he was on the other day, where he was spilling tea about all the other stuff that he was talking about in regards of like him not, I guess, communicating. He and oh my God, James Gunn not communicating on the status of The Brave and the Bold and all that other stuff. So it's like a lot more stuff is coming out about this. So he says, when you spend $200 million making a movie, Warner Brothers wants to bring even your grandmother to the theaters. So now, according to ComScore's post-track exit polling, which reports audience demographics, The Flash's first Thursday night screening pulled in 47% men over 25, 29% men under 25, and 17% women over 25, and just 7% women under 25. And this is according to Deadline. I wonder, how do they accumulate all this? Because most people, when they buy movie tickets, when I buy movie tickets, I go on, I go through AMC, and then I just go in and I just look up the seats, the movie, all other stuff, and put that through that. So I don't know how they track all of this, the demographics. So this is the film went on to receive a B cinema score from opening night moviegoers and a 77% from post-track exits, with 59% of audiences giving it a recommend. Now, in an opening weekend post-mortem, Deadline reported that the male-heavy Flash failed to pull in as many women as 2017's Wonder Woman, the first female-led movie from DC Films, or 2018's billion-grossing Aquaman, starring a frequently shirtless Jason Momoa in the title role, compared to the Flash's 17% from women over 25 and 7% from women under 25. Aquaman received 84% approval from the female 25 plus demographic, and it was more popular with moms than dads at 91% approval versus 85%. So they said that I found in private conversations that a lot of people just don't care about the Flash as a character. This is what he told La Bolera del Coso. Now, particularly the two female quadrants, all of that is just the wind going against the film, I've learned. Well, he said in private conversations that a lot of people just didn't care about the Flash as a character. I'm like, who did you talk to? Because I don't necessarily know if that's true. But let's continue. So they said, while The Flash placed first in its opening weekend with 55 million, pulling ahead of Pixar's animated Elemental, which brought in 29.6 million, it dropped to third place in its second week with 15.1 million, behind the leggy Elemental's 18.4 million, as Sony's animated Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse swung back to number one in its fourth weekend. Now, what's going on with that movie? Because I've been hearing a lot of delays with that. The sequel to Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. We're supposed to be getting another one. So Flash's second weekend was just a hair above the female skewing No Hard Feelings, the R-rated Jennifer Lawrence comedy. which came in fourth place with 15 million. Now, by its second weekend, the Sony comedy 7.8 million outpaced the Flash's 5.2 million, a 65% plunge in its third week in theaters, and Flash fell behind Disney's live action The Little Mermaid in its sixth week. So I don't think. I think this is a BS argument that he's trying to make, because he's sitting up here saying that the movie failed because they couldn't get the four quadrants. And I'm like, older men, older women, younger men, younger women. Wouldn't that be all the demographics? Because who else is going to the movies to see the Flash? Little kids, that's it. And they were saying that nobody cares about the Flash as a character. I don't agree with that either, because here's the thing. If that was the case, then how come the Flash over on the CW was a huge hit? Now, I know we can't necessarily go by numbers and all the stuff over there at the CW, because the CW doesn't need to pull in 20 million viewers a week like Friends or any of those type of shows did on network television. CW is a smaller platform. However, the show was the Flash was a big show over there. And I saw in the comments, some people were saying that the only Flash they acknowledge is Grant Gustin. They don't even like Ezra Miller, because they felt like that he was because I know they go by they, them pronouns, that Ezra Miller is problematic. And y'all know from a lot of the stuff that was coming out in the news of them being abusive and getting into fights in bars and getting arrested and all the other stuff, that Ezra Miller is problematic. But y'all kept them on to be able to do the movie. And I understand why they kept them on, because the budget was already $200 million. You'd have to literally scrap this whole film and bring in a newer actor to come in, because Ezra Miller was such a problem. So I think that's also turned a lot of people off. A lot of people weren't going to go to the movies and support a film that was starring someone as problematic as Ezra Miller. I also think that we shouldn't turn away the fact that the movie just wasn't that great. The CGI irritated my spirit, especially that opening sequence. I'm looking at this crap like, what the hell is this? Like, y'all didn't even finish rendering the freaking special effects and stuff up in here. The visual effects looked half done, probably because y'all were on a delay and y'all were trying to overwork but underpay them damn special effects people. It was like y'all were trying to rush a lot of it, because the movie went through countless delays. Let's also not forget that. So yeah, besides the drama surrounding Ezra's personal life, I also think the delays took part. And I also, like I was saying, the effects looked a bit wonky. So it was taking me out of a lot of situations. And there were certain things I'm looking at this movie, I'm like, this is just not good. So I don't think you can necessarily blame it on women or certain demographics not going to support this movie. I also think that big studios seriously need to stop spending $200 million on a film. How many times, like when we were talking about earlier, Den of Thieves 2, and it might not be a great analogy to use on that. A lot of those budgets, that budget for that movie is $40 million, and it's already being seen as a box office hit. When you look at a movie like Terrifier 3 that's unrated, $2 million budget on that film, the movie's already grossed $100 million. And a lot of the effects in there is practical. When you look at Jason Statham, a lot of his movies, y'all can sit and snicker or whatever at his films. His movies are not big budgeted films, but his action films tend to make a lot of money at the box office. And that new one that he got coming out, where he's going after the human traffickers, with David Ayers directing, because he directed The Beekeeper, trust and believe, my ass is going to be in the movies to see that, because that looks pretty good. So movies for us to enjoy don't necessarily have to balloon to a $200 million budget, to a $400 million budget, because the minute you do that, there's this overall pressure that you're putting on the audience or not even that, but it's like your director or whatever, that this movie has to grow $700 million and above in order to turn a profit. So yeah, you could sit and blame demographics, but if your movie's not that good and you're thinking about spending $200 million, we've seen so many action films, so many special effects heavy movies that they didn't spend $200 million on it. They didn't spend $400 million on it. I think majority of that be going them damn actors wanting $30 million for their wage. So when you pay him majority of your cast a lot of this money, you doing these other things, it's like, yeah, now we gotta pay for all of that, and I'm not sitting there supporting no movie if it's crap. And I went to the movies to see The Flash. It wasn't a good movie, and I will say this: the day that I went, it was opening night. It wasn't that many people in there, so I just think that based off of the reviews, based off the trailer, based off of some of the effects, based off of some of the stuff people were saying, people just weren't interested in seeing this movie because it didn't look good. And I also think, yeah, because of Ezra's reputation. So, like I said, big you studios need to stop spending all that money. And at this point, also, Andy, you out here making all these implications in this interview that, you know, there's been miscommunication between you and James Gunn regarding the status of The Brave and the Bold. You speaking out about Robert Pattinson, this whole thing of whether or not he's going to be the Cape Crusader in not only the Matt Reeves universe, but in your universe. And all this behind the scenes tea, you spill it, and then you sitting there pointing the finger at the fans for why The Flash was a flop. They probably gonna take your behind off this damn movie, and we're gonna get a new damn director doing The Brave and the Bold. And at this point, no shade, but I actually think that it's time for us to get a new director because I have yet to see an Andy Muschietti movie fully that I enjoyed. Now I will say this: I liked It Chapter 1, did not like It Chapter 2, but I think a lot of people have a problem trying to execute it Part 2, the part when they're all adults. I just think that's usually the part where a lot of them, even the mini series that was on with Tim Curry, that half falls apart for me. In your version of the movie, that part I don't particularly care for. I like the chapter 1 because it kind of gives me like this whole Stand By Me vibe to it. And like kind of like the Breakfast Club, that sort of thing was like all the misfits and the young kids, and it's kind of got that whole vibe. Goonies vibe, just with an evil damn clown. And The Flash wasn't that great either. So I'm a little on the fence about you. I didn't even know he was doing The Brave and the Bold until all this stuff started coming out because I was like, I didn't really hear about who was directing it. But now that I'm hearing him attached, I'm like, no, we need to find another director. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of Andy Muschietti coming out here throwing the accusation of saying that it's our fault that this movie flopped at the box office when I actually gave that damn movie some of my money. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Felix said what I said. It flopped because it wasn't good. It wasn't a good damn movie. He said it's like when Ryan Reynolds did Green Lantern, and we already know Ryan Reynolds is one note. He's only good at doing like the Deadpool isms in all the movies he's in. And it said, breaking news: The Weeknd has canceled his Rose Bowl show and delayed his final weekend studio album until Friday, January 31st. He even tagged Beyonce and said, delayed the announcement that's expected. Oh, because I did hear that there was something coming out about The Weeknd, but I really wasn't paying attention to like what it was with what Abel was talking about. Tomorrow, your fans are adults; they would understand. Oh, oh, they were supposed to make an announcement tomorrow, but I guess they didn't. Some of the effects, but yeah, it was. It was all like it was the public stuff that was going on. Y'all be acting like people don't pay attention to that. Yes, they do. So, because a lot of people were saying it on social media when I was reading it, it was like, because they don't like Ezra Miller and a lot of the stuff that he was doing. And it was like, yeah, and the effects weren't that great either. I'm sitting there watching it on a big ass screen in the theater because when I go see big tentpole movies like a Flash or Wonder Woman, whatever, I either go see it in IMAX or I go see it in Dolby. I'm not watching it in no small regular theater. I went into a small regular theater to watch Terrifier 3 because I had no choice. It wasn't in like an IMAX or anything. So, but when you go see those movies, and I'm looking at the effects on this, I'm like, that looks bad. And I had to learn how to do like After Effects and all that other stuff and special effects and how to do all that stuff in college. I hated doing all the technical stuff behind the scenes because it's so time consuming. So I used to always try to find ways to get my classmates to help me out with it. Yeah, I was one of those. I'm like, can you help me? When I didn't like doing something. I said, well, I put Nick Cage cameo in it too. Oh yeah, that was, oh, I forgot about that part. That was bad. Because I think at one point he was supposed to play Superman. So that's why they did that. And then they put Christopher Reeve in there. I wonder if he got paid. Because you using him in that thing. And I'm like, did you pay him? So I like Mama because of Jessica Chastain. Mm-hmm. Oh, you talking about you love me. Are we about to hunch? I'm joking. But not really. But anyway. Um, wait, what's Mama? Why am I drawing a blank? What is that? Was she the mother in that movie? Look, I I can't really tell you much about The Flash. I saw it one time, and that was in the theater, and that was the last time I watched that movie. So I don't remember every minute detail, but I'm like, what's Mama? Is that, oh, wait, was that the horror movie? Are we talking about? Yeah, because I was like, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, I remember Mama. That was like years ago when that came out. That's why I was like, wait, is that the movie Mama that came out that y'all talking about? But like he said, horror movie. Anyway, okay, but let's get into some Bad Bunny news because earlier today he went on his Instagram, in Espanol, of course, to announce that he is doing a 21-date residency in none other than Puerto Rico. And I have to say that I love this story because while everybody else is running to Vegas with their tight ass residencies, Bad Bunny is literally doing what needs to be done, especially in regards to this new album that he came out with, which is called I Should Have Taken More Photos. But the name of the tour is called I Don't Want to Leave Here. I don't want to leave here. Shout out to Mariah. So, following the release of his sixth studio album, which I'm going to translate in English, it's called I Should Have Taken More Photos. Bad Bunny is plotting a 21-date residency in his native Puerto Rico. Now, aptly titled I Don't Want to Leave Here, a lyric made famous by his Un Verano Sin Ti hit El Apagón. The residency will take place at the Coliseo de Puerto Rico. Now, adhering to the I was gonna say what? Patriotism. That's what that word was. Like, what is that? Apparently, my eyes is just deceiving me today. Okay, so now adhering to the patriotism in Debbie, the first 9 shows of the residency from July 11th to July 27th will be exclusive to residencies of the island. The concerts will take place every weekend, running from Friday to Sunday, with the final date scheduled for August 24th. Now, the Coliseo de Puerto Rico is a cultural and profitable hub for the island's local communities and businesses. Now, Bad Bunny has described Debbie as his most Puerto Rican album, yet for its fervent lyricism on the island's ongoing political issues, including and most gravely gentrification. I have to say this. I don't know if y'all saw that short film that Bad Bunny put out for the album. It's on YouTube if you haven't seen it. I have to say, I literally started tearing up watching it because it was like the old man that he had, like, he was talking to his friend Concho, who was like the little frog. And then he goes to the store to get him something to eat and him something to eat. And then this girl's asking all the different variants of cheese. And I said, God damn it. And said, this is the thing that irritates me about gentrification. We all start going through this whole list of like the type of breads and the type of cheese. I'm like, can't I just get the goddamn sandwich, please? So I get irritated in that way, like with the way that things have shifted and changed and how he's walking down the street in Puerto Rico. And it's just like, you see the gentrification and you see all these people who have no connection to the island that just, I guess, is cheaper or whatever the case is, or why they're moving there and why they've just particularly taken over, but doesn't just take in the culture of that whole area. And then it was a situation like when it came down to it, she talking about they don't take cash. And that's what's irritating me now with a lot of establishments, even at the Garden, they don't take cash. I don't know if y'all knew that, but now you know. We have reverse ATMs, which you can basically take the cash and reverse it and have like a little card or whatever the case is, so that way you could pay what it is you want to pay. So a lot of establishments are removing cash from their stores or whatever the case is, which is unfortunate. But I guess it's because they don't want to have to be dealing with cash transactions or the fact that if somebody tries to break in and rob the place, it's like, oh well, no, we don't do cash and all the other stuff because those, I don't know whatever the reason, but I'm assuming those are what the reasons are. So I was watching this short film and I'm just like, I definitely felt it when it comes to the gentrification. One of the things I love about Bad Bunny and this new album is like not only is he speaking on the different cultures and just talking about the past, the present, and the future, and all the political stuff that's going on in Puerto Rico, he's taking a lot of the music from the past and he's kind of remixed it. And also, from watching an interview that he did, I love the fact he said he was working with a lot of younger artists. So it's like producers. So a lot of you think like, you know, he's working with a lot of older people on this stuff. He's like, no, there is a lot of younger producers that he worked with on this new album who have taken kind of like the old sounds and stuff of, you know, salsa music and a lot of the music from Puerto Rico and have kind of just given a new zhuzh to it. And I always say, like, because he said he was one of those as well. And I think a lot of us as music lovers or artists or whatever do this as well. When you're a kid, you gotta look at certain music and you're like, that's not for me, because that's what the older people listen to, and I can't get into that. So, but then when you get older, you start to appreciate it, and then you start to look back on the culture, and it's like, well, damn, I should have really like embraced it at the time. But sometimes, you know, a hard head make a sore behind, and sometimes you gotta learn on your own. And I'm glad that he's at that age, because I think Bad Bunny is like what, 29, 30. So he's catching on it now, and I love that he's embraced the culture and really teaching a lot of his fans, you know, about that whole sound. So, and I also love the fact that he's doing a residency in Puerto Rico, and that he is giving this opportunity specifically for the people on the island. And so if you live there, you get first dibs on the tickets before everybody else. So now they said tickets for the first non-resident only shows go on sale starting January 15th at 10 in the morning, AST, which is Atlantic Standard Time, and will only be available for in-person purchase at various locations in Puerto Rico. Now, registration for shows starting August 1st open Monday and close on January 14th at 11:59 p.m. AST for the opportunity to receive a pre-sale code. Now, for registered fans who receive a code, pre-sale will begin on January 17th at 10 a.m. AST. Now, produced by Bad Bunny's manager, Noah Assad's Move Concerts, the residency will also incorporate VIP concert and hotel experiences, which feature a 2-night hotel stay, premium tickets, and priority entry into the concert, limited edition VIP gift bags, access to the Bad Bunny VIP experience, and more. These packages will be available for all fans to purchase on January 15th. I wonder if Lindsay's going, because you know Lindsay loves Bad Bunny. So the show kicks off Friday, July 11th, and wraps August 24th. And if you want to see the teaser for his residency, you could definitely take your behinds over to his Instagram and show some love and watch the video there where he talks about why he actually put all this together. And I really wish that more artists would do something like that. This is why I've been saying, like, everything don't have to be in Vegas. And I know somebody was in the comments over on his Instagram, but I'll be getting a tour. I'm like, are you slow? But they actually did say they don't speak Spanish. But I'll be getting a tour. But you're getting the residency first, because he wants to. This album is about the culture and the history of Puerto Rico and the politics and all other stuff. But he's also wanting to. And this is a way also that I'm thinking about, because, you know, been hearing the stories about no power and a lot of stuff and what happened. We don't need the orange asshole with the wide back and the 50-inch waist to go over there and start throwing paper towels again. So in this, I feel like, is a way to also bring in tourist revenue. A lot of people, because I'm sure there'll be a lot of people from New York that are going to want to go to Puerto Rico over the summer and see this residency. So this is also a way to pump money into Puerto Rico and into their, you know, in the economy, and them making a lot of money by a lot of people coming in and going to see this residency. So I like the fact that he's doing that rather than doing your typical Vegas residency. Vegas got enough damn money. So I wish that some people would actually do that and come to New York as well with that. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story regarding Bad Bunny doing a residency and good old PR? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Oh, you say he did that movie? I didn't even know he directed that. Andy is a horror director. Well, yeah, maybe he should stick with that. And you say gay men will shame a twink wearing something remotely femme, but the second Bad Bunny steps out in a crop top, they are thirsting like no one's business. I do appreciate what he's doing now, though. Well, yeah, and I think it's probably because Bad Bunny is sexually ambiguous, where some people don't know if he's gay, is he straight, is he bi, I don't know. And, you know, gays, unfortunately, we have this thing where we like trying to get in this whole mess of, yeah, we could turn somebody. I don't understand that mentality, but because I don't try to hunt straight men, I don't see the point of it. A lot of them come with too much baggage, too much drama, and I ain't got time. So, but for those of y'all who know me, I don't mind boys wearing feminine things, especially in the bedroom. You know, I like guys that wear, you know, the little skirts and nothing else. I have told y'all this on my social media. But anyway, so it says, seems kind of early for a residency. Yeah, it kind of is, because he just came out with the album, and he's doing a resident. But then again, he's released, what is it, like 7 records? So he's got like 7 albums. So he's got he's got a lot of music that he can pick from to do a residency, but it's only for like the summer. So it works that he could do a residency. I see the reasoning behind it. I know some people say like, yeah, it's a little early because he's still relatively. He hasn't been doing he hasn't been around for a long time. He's been around for like what a good 6-7 years. But Bad Bunny releases albums every damn year. He's kind of like Rihanna. Like when Rihanna was releasing music, every year she came out with a damn album. Even when he said he was going to take a break, he didn't take a break. He released that album that came out last year. I was like, what happened to the break? Was the break you in the studio making music? So it does on paper, it does feel like it's a little too early because he's still like a relatively he hasn't been famous for like a decade. He's still under a decade with releasing music. However, the amount of body of work that he has, and I can definitely see why he would do one. No, we don't. We don't need Kylie Jenner out here with them baboon lips and her fake tan. But I'm sure she will be out here. Oh wait, did we say? Oh, I meant Kendall. Forgot Kylie's with Timothy Chalamet. I'm getting my genders mixed up. Is he still with her? I don't even know if they're together anymore. They've been awfully quiet about their relationship. But anyway, okay, so we got an update on the Grammys, and apparently, so yes, it still will be happening next month. For those of you who are interested in watching the Grammys, I mean, I'm a little on the fence about it, but based off of some of the people, a lot of people are expecting to see Miss Beyonce with Cowboy Carter and all that there, the usual suspects, Charlie XCX, um, Taylor Swift, and all of them. So, yes, the Grammys is still happening at the Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles on February 2nd, but they said that now the telecast will raise funds to support wildfire relief efforts because, after the whole fire situation, people were wondering, okay, so what does this mean about award season? Because, we have the Oscars coming up, we have the Grammys, we have all these other award shows. And does that mean you're going to start canceling stuff? Does that mean you need to be postponing? I mean, to be honest, we don't really need these award shows, but if they want to find a way to put it out there, be my guest. So they said that the show will air live from Crypto.com Arena, which we already talked about, where Beyonce is the leading contender with 10 nominations. Others nominated for multiple Grammys include Taylor Swift, Charlie XCX, Post Malone, Sabrina Carpenter, Kendrick Lamar, and Chappell Roan. Sidebar, I saw an article or something that Trent Reznor said his favorite song of 2024 is Sabrina Carpenter's Espresso. And I'm like, I could see it. I don't know why people would think that somebody who does like rock music or industrial music doesn't enjoy a good pop song. So they said, our hearts go out to everyone affected by the devastating wildfires in Los Angeles. This city is our home, and we mourn the loss of life and destruction that have come to it in recent days. This is what Recording Academy CEO Harvey Mason Jr. and Tammy Hurt, chair of the Board of Trustees, said in a letter sent to the Academy members on Monday. Now, in close coordination with local authorities to ensure public safety and responsible use of area resources, the 67th Grammy Awards telecast on CBS on February 2nd will proceed as planned. The year's show, however, will carry a renewed sense of purpose, raising additional funds to support wildlife relief efforts and honoring the bravery and dedication of first responders who risk their lives to protect ours. Now, especially when they cut, what they say, $7 million from the budget in regards of like the fire department. Now, multiple sources told The Hollywood Reporter days ago the Academy is discussing whether the Grammys should be postponed or air as a fundraiser. Now, Mason Jr. and Hurt, they did put out a full letter on, the internet. I did post it on my website. I'm actually glad that they've decided to use this as a way to be more charitable and a way that they could donate money to a good cause. So I'm here for it, and I'll definitely be watching. Hopefully the Grammys will be entertaining. I mean, I'm not holding my breath on it because, a lot of these award shows can be pretty boring, but the Grammys, I'm looking forward to seeing what they do in regards to the show. And yeah, I'm glad that they're going to use this as a way to donate money. And the question remains, who they asking to donate this money? Are y'all talking about John Q. Public? Because we out here trying to be able to support ourselves. So I'm curious to see, like, okay, the fundraiser, is this mean y'all gonna have people that's gonna be looking like a telethon? Like, you're gonna have people like the phone's ringing as whoever's hosting is walking by back and forth to donate some money to the charity. Like, That's what I'm curious about. So I'll say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story in regards of the Grammys and their new remix, which is they're gonna, raise funds for wildlife relief efforts? Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so now I'm gonna get to y'all comments in a second, but first, let's get through this one, and that is now we have some tea on the Oscars. So we just talked about the Grammys. And so now people are wondering now what's the status of the Oscars, because the Oscars is supposed to air in March, whereas we have the Grammys in February. So the Oscars announced updates to its timeline, extending the nomination voting period and rescheduling key events in light of the ongoing wildfires in Los Angeles. Now, as many continue to do in this fluid situation revolving around the LA wildfires, the Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Sciences again has made some major changes. And now, according to Deadline, they said the nominations now will be revealed on Thursday, January 23rd at 5:30 in the morning. So that would be 8:30 on the East Coast. Now on the West Coast, it's 5:30. This is why I'm so glad I live on the East Coast because I would not be wanting to get up that early to get all glammed up to just do nominees. So the Academy already has delayed the noms date. Jesus, once moving it last week from Friday, January 17th to Sunday, the 19th. The live announcement will be a virtual event without in-person media coverage. But I think that would be much better. Just put me in front of a damn camera, a digital camera, have it streaming live on the internet, and that's that. We don't need to have a room full of press. The Hollywood Reporter, Deadline, all the other trades could sit up at their computer in their pajamas with their coffee and just take their notes, get the nominees, and get to work so that way they can hit send and have it out there in no time. So AMPES also has extended the voting period, again now set to end at 5 p.m. Pacific time on January 17th. So y'all got 4 more days to get in your votes. Otherwise, you're SOL. Sure not a look. So now the Academy stressed today that the Oscar ceremony will still be held on March 2nd, but the Oscar nominees luncheon, originally set for February 10th, is canceled and will not be held in 2025. The scientific and technical award ceremony will be rescheduled to an unspecified later date, according to AMPES. Now, the Academy noted that all dates remain subject to change. So, yeah, they have a whole statement courtesy of CEO Bill Kramer and Academy President Janet Yang said the following: "We are all devastated by the impact of the fires and profound losses experienced by so many in our community. The Academy has always been a unifying force within the film industry, and we are committed to standing together in the face of hardship. Now, due to the still active fires in the Los Angeles area, we feel it necessary to extend our voting period and move the date of our nominations announcement to allow additional time for our members. Additionally, as we wanted to be sensitive to the infrastructure and lodging needs in the region of the next few weeks, it is imperative that we make some changes to our schedule of events, which we believe will have the support of our industry. Our members always share how important it is for us to come together as a community, and we are determined to use this opportunity to celebrate our resilient and compassionate industry. We also look forward to honoring our frontline workers who have aided with the fires, recognizing those impacted, and encouraging people to join the Academy in supporting the relief efforts. We will get through this together and bring a sense of healing through our global film community." Now, the Oscars will still be held on March 2nd, Sunday, March 2nd, at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, and will also air live coast to coast at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. Pacific Time on ABC, and stream live on Hulu. It will also air live in more than 200 territories worldwide. So it looks like we're still getting these awards, and that's great. Also, I saw this video or this article regarding Kim Kardashian talking about that, those firefighters from that y'all be having. I didn't even know they use prisoners as firefighters. Is that where that show comes from with that's on, oh my god, what is it? The one with the actor that was on the Psycho show. Remember the one with Norman Bates and he had the brother? There's this what's it called? Fire Country or something or another. There's like these firefighters. I always thought that maybe that show was about prisoners who became like firefighters or whatever. I've never seen the show, but I assume that's what they were because they said he was somebody that was in jail. But I never knew that they used inmates to put out fires in Los Angeles. So Kim Kardashian was talking about it And she was talking about how they should get a livable or paying wage or whatever. And I agree with that. If I'm spending days putting out a fire and I ain't washed my behind or nothing of the sort, shouldn't I get paid something? I mean, you're just making it seem like, oh well, my life don't matter because I'm behind bars. So that's something I think people need to look into. And I guess Kim is looking into that. But I'm actually glad overall that they've found a way to make this a charitable situation rather than, oh, we're just going to be our typical celebrity hobnobby selves and just, go on, business as usual. The show must go on and that sort of thing. So I'm glad that they're adding a charity twist to this whole situation and going out to help out the first responders and stuff. Because if our government want to sit up here and cut funds and stuff, it seems like we the ones that got to pick up the pieces and help ourselves at this point. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story regarding the Oscar nominations being delayed? And how the luncheon was canceled and all this good stuff, and the latest in general regarding the Oscars. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Okay. Oh, God. Did you say what's a residency? A residency? Wait. Are you being serious? Because I'm like, yes, a residency is basically somebody that basically just does a concert, but they stay in one place and they do it for a period of time. So like Britney Spears and Jennifer Lopez and Celine Dion all have done residencies in Vegas. They do it from a certain period. So it's like you sign depending on the contract, it's like I'm going to sign a 5-year contract and do this here. The same thing like with Billy Joel when he came to the Garden, Madison Square Garden. He did a residency from this period to this period. Now it's done. But I don't know if he's going to do another one. But it's like somebody who stays in one specific place instead of traveling around the world to do a world tour. They just do it in one place, and everybody just comes to that one place to see you perform. Adele, another one who did a residency. I think at this point, everybody's pretty much done one. A lot of homosexuals just like seeing masculine leaning men, whether it's baggy or a Lolita skirt. The more masculine, the better. But that's true. Because I heard Timothy getting into fights with his agents and reps about dating Kylie Jenner. He was told it's her or your career, and he was told you could date Lourdes and have a career. Well, he was with Lourdes back when he was a nobody. No shade. I mean, they went to high school together. So, um, dating the daughter of Madonna, yeah, that would work because I mean, Lourdes has her own thing going on, but yeah, people always feel like, yeah, you date a Kar Jenner. it's kryptonite for the career. But look, if that's who we want to be with, and he all looking all weird and emaciated with that stupid mustache when he was at the Golden Globes, and now he's about to do double duty at SNL. If that's what he wants to do with his career, if that's who he wants to be with in regards to his personal life, I'm like, okay, if you like it, I love it. But um it's overall disappointed. I'm like, why am I? Oh, so because one of my friends sent me the Carrie Underwood story thing, which is the next story we're about to get into. According to Timothy, him and Lourdes broke up because she didn't want to have kids, and she's more like her mother, as she was mean to my father. He was reminded your father asked for her for tickets to see Madonna. I said to see her mother in concert. You said Mariah Carey was a better artist. You're dating the daughter of Madonna. You deserve that black eye. And yeah, it's like, don't you compare me to Madonna. I mean, or Mariah. Oh, well, now, did you know some strategies you could use to get? I'm not doing that. That's spam. Lourdes is a lot like Madonna, but she's trying to be her own person too. Like Rocco with his art. Yeah, I know some people was throwing shade at his art, but I'm like, the boy is talented, regardless of what a lot of y'all think. Yeah, okay. So it's former firefighters who went to jail. Oh, that's what that show is? Wait, it's not good? You said that you surprised they weren't canceled. Yeah, because they got a season 2. And what's his name? Max Theriot, I think is his name. And I was sitting there thinking, I was like, I kind of wanted to see that show. But you said this, you surprised they weren't canceled, which means what? It's not a good show, or the fact that nobody's really talking about it and the ratings aren't good, but it's a good show. But yeah, I was like, I knew, I had seen that show floating around on like, I think Netflix has it, and then Paramount Plus has it because it's CBS. Oh, you talking about the Grammys? You know they ain't canceling that. I feel like out of all the award shows, the Grammys and the Oscars are the two of the most important award shows. They can cancel all the other ones, but the Grammys and the Oscars, they're way too important for the industry for them to want to cancel. They're gonna find a way around that. So you're saying like the Grammys and the Oscars, but anyway, okay. So, child, let's get into this, man. So let's talk about Carrie Underwood's because apparently she is being dragged on some. Well, she's getting some love and she's getting some shade from some of the people online. And so, we like to be fair and balanced on this show. So I'm going to read y'all what everybody's saying. Yeah, because a friend of mine just sent me her quote. So, a country music star, Carrie Underwood, is expected to perform at President Trump's, um, he's not the president yet. He will be next week. I hate when y'all do the whole president because I see what y'all be doing. Trump's inauguration. This is according to Fox News Digital. So anybody with Fox News, the Post, or the Republican leaning, they're gonna continue to call him president. It's like he's not the president yet. He was the former president, who's about to become the president. We need to be specific in the words that we say. So on Monday, political reporter Matthew Foldy shared a picture on the Twitter of the program for the inauguration, revealing that Underwood, who's 41, will sing America the Beautiful on January 20th at the U.S. Capitol. She will be joined by the Armed Forces Chorus and the United States Naval Academy Glee Club for her performance. Now, Underwood will take the stage after J.D. Vance, who's 40, is administered the vice presidential oath of office. What do you mean, Elon Musk? Where he at? Shouldn't he be up there with y'all putting his hand on that Bible? Before Trump, who's 78, is given the presidential oath of office. Now, the Post has reached out to Underwood's rep for comment. Now, the last person I should point out that performed America the Beautiful was none other than Jennifer Lopez, who performed the song And This Land Is Your Land at Joe Biden's 2021 inauguration. Now, 4 years earlier, the Tabernacle Choir of Temple Square sang America the Beautiful the first time Trump was sworn into office. Lee Greenwood, Toby Keith, Three Doors Down, the Piano Guys, DJ Rabbit Drums, who the hell's that, and the frontman of Country all performed for Trump's pre-inauguration concert in 2017. And I find it hilarious that he couldn't get nobody interested the first term, but he can get the biggest artist, in my opinion, I guess. We could say, say what you want about Carrie Underwood. Some people say she ain't had a hit in years, but for the most part, looking at it now, she is kind of like the biggest name that I think he's been able to grab. I mean, if y'all think Kid Rock is the epitome or the epicenter of major artists, then y'all need your eyes checked. Because ain't nobody really checking for Kid Rock except a certain base. Now, Underwood has never publicly supported or disavowed Trump since he ran for president in 2016. She's made it a point not to take sides politically. But wouldn't her singing at his inauguration be taking a side? Because this is the overall argument that a lot of you MAGA or a lot of you Trumpers have made whenever celebrities come and endorse people on the left. Oh, they're anti this or they're pro this. But when a Carrie Underwood does it, now it's where we got to be ambiguous. Now it's the rules are different. And I feel like if we're going to be fair, we need to be fair on both sides. We need to call it out on both sides and not just, oh, y'all can do stuff, because I realize that's what this is a lot. And I'm noticing this with a lot of you flip-floppers that are in media too, like you big head bastards like Joe Scarborough, who got dragged for points. But Michael Steele on his own damn show, and I'm still cackling over that. And Mehdi Hassan dragging what the hell's his name? Piers Morgan for the stuff that he was doing. So it's like, if you're gonna call it out, we need to call it out on both sides and not just your side can do whatever. But then when the other side does the same thing, it's a problem. So she's talking about she's not taking sides politically, but in my opinion, if you're singing for Donald Trump, then that means that you are a supporter of his. The same thing, like if Jennifer Lopez can get up there and sing for Joe Biden, then she believes in whatever his policies are. I'm not saying it might be all the policies, but you're a Joe Biden fan. So she said, I try to stay out of politics, if possible, at least in public, because nobody wins. Well, girl, you're no longer in public because now you out of the closet. This is what she said in the interview with The Guardian in 2019. She said it's crazy. Everybody tries to sum everything up and put a bow on it like it's black and white, and it's not like that. Now, Underwood, who grew up in Oklahoma, said in the interview that she feels like more people try to pin me places politically. She said it shouldn't come as a shock that Carrie. Oh, wait, hold on. Now, before I get to that, before I do what the people said, let's read what Carrie said. And this is according to Pop Crave. So, thank you, DJ, for sending me this. Said Carrie Underwood's decision to sing at the Donald Trump inauguration. Here she said the following: I love our country and I'm honored to have been asked to sing at the inauguration and to be a small part of this historic event. I am humbled to answer the call at a time when we must all come together in the spirit of unity and looking to the future. Well, you know what? I'd be for that if Donald Trump was actually a believer of that, but he's not interested in uniting the country. His policies don't even say that. A lot of you people running out here thinking he's gonna lower food, prices on eggs and stuff. He can't do that. He even told you he can't do it right after he got elected. There's a lot of things that he said he was gonna do on day one. He ain't gonna be able to do none of that because that's not how politics works. It takes years for things to transpire, to go through. It doesn't happen overnight. On day one, I said, well, you're gonna have carpal tunnel syndrome with the amount of work you talking about you're gonna be doing with the swift of a pen. So the people in the comments said the following, because you know that people was going to have something to say, and a lot of it is mixed. So one person said, Carrie about to have the whole country talking, iconic move or controversial queen. Probably a little both. Another person said, no Kid Rock or Jason Aldean using Carrie Underwood to draw the rating for Trump. I'm not going to watch a convict take the oath. What a joke. Another person said, thank you, Carrie. Another person said, disgusting. Thought she had morals. It was all a sham. Well, child, you'd be surprised with a lot of these people what they'll forego for $1. But she about to do American Idol too. We'll see how well those ratings do when she put her ass up on that in that seat, the one that was vacated by Katy Perry. Now another person said, nice to know that she's not a Hollywood blood-sucking vampire. Yeah, okay. Another person said, that's good news for her lover. I don't know what that means. What it's about for her lover. Who's she dating? Another person said, good for Carrie Underwood. Another person said, libs owned again. Y'all get on my nerves with that own the libs crap. Y'all ain't owning shit. Another person says, sorry, Taylor Swift, you didn't make the cut. I don't think Taylor Swift could feel no ways tied about it anyway. Taylor Swift ain't trying to perform for no damn Donald Trump. You really think that Taylor Swift, billionaire behind, is hurting for some coins or hurting that she ain't singing for them damn Donald Trump? Like, go play in traffic, lady. No, there was a woman that said it, a Karen. And she looked like a Karen based on this picture that I'm looking at. Now, another person said, that's a solid choice. She's got the voice for it. Another person said perfect. Another person said, I'm hoping the village people will attend and sing YMCA. They owe it to at real Donald Trump for making it popular. And then they got a picture of him basically doing that stupid dance that he does, which when I worked a couple of the events that Donald Trump did appear at, which was not only his rally at MSG, but also his when he came to the UFC match, which I already knew he was coming because of, and somebody told me that I was talking to one of the people that was there. They said they knew from the Joe Rogan podcast. I knew because the way I had to go through security and the way, and we had Secret Service. I was like, okay, Donald Trump's in the building. That's how I knew he was coming. The way I had to go through hell getting inside the building. So, they also point out that the inauguration comes as he attended former President Jimmy Carter's funeral at the National Cathedral in Washington on Wednesday, where we had this picture. I don't know if y'all, well, let me show y'all once I get through all these tweets, where it looked like he keying with none other than Barack Obama. And a lot of people say, oh, well, he just being cordial because, and that's sort of the little jokes that y'all was saying that, he's good with that. Barack Obama's good with kids, and y'all show all the pictures, and then y'all show Donald Trump because he's like a toddler mentally and the way he behaves. But it was, and then I do see that Donald Trump was the one that leaned in to talk to Barack Obama. But it also goes to show if you sitting there, somebody calls you a fascist. Because here's the thing: say what you want about George W. Bush, but when he came in that room, he didn't go dead Donald Trump, even though he's sitting. Him and Barbara is sitting next to Barack Obama. You don't see it in this picture, but in the next photo, I'm gonna show you. And there's Kamala Harris and her husband's in front of them, and on the side of them, you see George and Barbara. They ignored Donald Trump. They didn't say hi to him. But of course, Barack Obama, he's a class A. He's corporate child. Let me tell you something about these Democrats and Republicans. They both two sides of the same damn bird. So don't buy into it. The Democrats ain't never gonna want no progressives or any kind of change or whatever, because the whole status quo is about money. As long as the corporate super PACs and all this stuff has a hand in our elections, they're not trying to get rid of all of that. They want to give you the illusion that they want to make change. They do the bare damn minimum. And the Republicans ain't doing nothing either. So we're pretty much fucked. Until we get to a place in our lives where we really want change and progression, things are going to remain the same on both sides. So I'm not surprised that Donald Trump and Barack Obama sitting there yapping with each other like they two old buddies that went to college together and hadn't seen each other in years. You got Donald Trump. I mean, he was calling Donald Trump all kinds of fascists and all this other stuff. If he's a fascist, I'm not talking to no damn fascist. I don't care who I'm sitting next to. I'm like, don't talk to me. I don't care who it is, especially when you don't have no sense of rapport for people when you in public and all the disrespectful things. Like he damn near said, well, not damn near, he did say it. He basically said that you wasn't like an American citizen. But y'all sitting there cackling together like y'all two old schoolgirls? Okay. But then they said after the funeral, Trump told NBC News he didn't realize how friendly he and Obama appeared together at the ceremony. He said, I said, boy, they look like two people that like each other, and we probably do. We have a little different philosophies, but we probably do. I don't know. We just got along, but I got along with just about Cheryl. They both sides is full of shit, and that's what I've been trying to tell y'all for the longest. But I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story regarding Miss Carrie Underwood's singing at the inauguration? I don't feel no way tired about it because I'm not really a Carrie Underwood fan, so I don't give a good goddamn what that lady do. And I don't watch American Idol. I told you I haven't watched that show since David Archuleta didn't win, because I think he came on after Adam Lambert. So, or was it one or the other? I don't know. Ever since them two got pushed over, because y'all don't want the homosexuals winning over there in America. I don't, quiet as it's kept. We the one that made that damn show entertaining. So after all of that, I'm like, I don't care. I'm like, okay, she can go sing for Donald Trump. Like, that's not gonna hurt me. I mean, I don't think outside of the United States of America and the certain demographic of the type of music that she does, she's no Madonna, she's no Beyonce. Like, she's not on that level of like a major superstar that is probably gonna hurt. She's singing a song to a man that plays to the type of bass that listens to her type of music. So I'm not surprised. But I'm not trying to lump all country people in that category, but she fits right within the type of base that Donald Trump panders to. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. And when I said leave your thoughts in the comments, I see I got a lot of them. Onyx says, are we really surprised? No, I'm not. That's why I said, like, country artists, Carrie Underwood, Donald Trump, it's giving very that. Like, I'm just waiting for, a bunch of damn bulls to come out and everybody start, riding them in some rodeo type shit. Like, it just plays within the wheelhouse of what that gives. They call him President Trump already because he already was a president. They call him Mr. President Trump during the debate. I just feel like a lot of times when it comes to certain people that are very pro-Trump or plays into that whole Republican type of basis or situation, that they like to do that intentionally, where they play into when they're trying to fit a certain narrative. Between the 48 million votes for Kamala, add the 3 million to alleged Russian shrill Jill Stein. That's 52 million. That means 52 million people didn't vote for Trump because it's a two-party system. Well, yeah, we know, like, because that was something that Mehdi Hassan was saying when he was talking to Piers Morgan about, some people. Oh, wait, no, it wasn't him. It was Michael Steele when he was going in on Joe Scarborough, who doesn't like people getting the word in edgewise when he knows he's wrong and they're right. And he doesn't want people speaking on the elephant in the room that, yeah, you are a shifty, grifting ass phony. And, that little cackling seal you have for a wife that sits next to you. And I don't understand how you go bending the knee at Mar-a-Lago when that same man you went bend and kissed the ring to called your wife ugly. So I guess you don't respect Miss Mika. Or maybe I don't have respect for each other, especially when it's like, when you feel like your money's at stake. I love Carrie Underwood's music. It's just said that most Southerners that aren't in a minority group are conservative with their politics. Exactly. And yeah, it is unfortunate that it's like, why would y'all even? I just don't get it. But yeah, in reality, 52 million didn't vote for him this election. Don't get Chrisette Michelle. Yeah, it's like she lost her career, but like I said, and Carrie Underwood won't be affected. She's a white woman who plays to a certain base. So that base will always support her. Whereas a Chrisette Michele, who's a black woman and doesn't really do country music, she's going to be canceled by her own base for singing at his inauguration. And it's effed up. But a gig is a gig if it's for the bread, right? Yeah, it seems like that way with a lot of these damn people. And then Zuckerberg, because now realizes since he turned 40, he's 40. I thought he was older than that. Yeah. He said he's no longer the forefront of social media. First of all, he hasn't been at the forefront of social media for a long time. Like, really, the only people who are really, I mean, I guess because we've been with with Facebook for so long that a lot of us haven't gotten rid of it. Although I have heard since he removed the fact checking and all this stuff, and I know y'all been having a cackle over that since we not fact checking photos, but I've been doing that Zuckerberg's expense, but spreading all the rumors about him giving head to a lot of dudes. But I'm like, since you're not fact checking, we don't know if it's true or not, even though I know it's not, but you know what I'm saying. So, um, Facebook has not been at the forefront of social media for a long time. And we know that the little scams and the stuff that they be doing over there, where they want to, where he tries to start these little stunts and shows so that way he could be at the top and put all these other rivals out of business. Like he's been doing it for so long, but he has so much ownership on. He has WhatsApp, he has Instagram, he has Facebook, he has Threads. Threads is so boring though. So he's got his hands in so many pots, but he hasn't been at the forefront in a long time. I mean, there's Snapchat, which a lot of the younger, which y'all told me, a lot of the younger people are using Snapchat now. We have TikTok, but we don't know for how long. They got a couple more days before that's the end of TikTok, because I don't know what's going to happen with that. Then you told me about Lemonade. I ain't never heard of no damn Lemonade. I don't know what it does. I did create a profile though, but I'm like, how do you add stuff? Like, what is Lemonade? It just looks like it's there. And then we have Blue Sky, which I will admit I haven't really been interacting with Blue Sky as much as I used to. But I need to go back in every now and again and remind myself, okay, interact with Blue Sky a little bit. He said, wonder what this will do to Idol. That is a good question. But you know what? In this rate of us going into Trump's America, which we will be affected, we'll see how it affects us down the road. I just feel like a lot. So I don't even think she'll even be hurting, especially because I feel like the base of who watches American Idol are real. Well, I can't say that because I know my mother likes American Idol. I don't know why she watches that show, but um, the base. It's to me, it's just like the type of audience that they pander towards is people in the South or the Midwest, because it's always about country artists or that sort of thing. So they don't really have like that diversity that when I grew up watching American Idol, when you had like your R&B singers and you had your pop stars and you had your rock stars. It was a mismatch of different talents. We don't have that with American Idol. Now American Idol just feels very one note, very boring, uninteresting. At least it's not Miranda Lambert. It's funny enough, I hear a lot of people can't stand her. And I think it was ever since, the drama that transpired. I mean, I don't know where it goes for you, but ever since that drama transpired with her and Blake Shelton and the microaggressions and stuff she was doing with all of that, I know a lot of people were just turned off by her. Trump's on a no-flight list, so they'll have to do a power move and switch him and JD Vance. Well, probably because JD Vance is probably going to have to do a lot of the meetings. Or they'll probably have to have Donald Trump sitting there via Zoom. Hopefully they can keep his attention long enough. Or maybe he'll send Elon Musk to do it. I mean, Elon Musk think he's the president, and not only is he trying to infiltrate American politics, I'm also hearing he's trying to infiltrate UK politics and German politics. So he's going worldwide with this. I'm like, you better tread lightly, sir, because if you try to step on too many people's toes, you might not live long. A lot of these fascists in power don't like when you try to come in and take the power away from them. Trump already pedaled back his statement about stopping the Ukraine-Russia war in 20. Of course he is, because first of all, he can't do that. And then I talked also about, he said that y'all have until he get in office to release the hostages. And, he wants Hamas to release the hostages. And I already talked about that. And I don't know where people got in the conversation, got the statement of that Hamas are terrorists. Nowhere in my comment did I say that. So I hope they wasn't trying to imply that that's something I said. But I said what I said in that whole thing, and I don't really want to go and make this a whole political thing. So Trump said all the presidents met in the back before going to their seats. Bush could have already said, well, he probably, yeah, could have. And knowing him, he probably would have openly admitted to that. I just checked, and Trump's official IG account posted a video of what he and Obama said to each other. Oh, I wonder what they said. Barack can make friends with a reptilian. Not a reptilian crackhead. It's a gaze for Trump. I have questions. You ain't the only one. Well, we call them log cabin Republicans. I'll never understand how anyone in the gay community could support him. I don't understand how anybody who he's remotely against, gays, women, all of this stuff, how y'all could. But look, Democrats ain't really had no plan. Y'all came out with a 45-page citation of what y'all going to do. Ain't nobody got time to read that. I already told her, you got to simplify stuff for people. There was something I saw online where this guy was interviewing people in Times Square, and I sat there and smacked my forehead with how stupid people are. He asked somebody literally who was the first president of the United States. The minute this child had the nerve to come out and say George Floyd, I was like, I'm done. George Floyd was the first president of the United States? Really? So the first president of the United States with wooden teeth had a knee on his neck. Okay. I'm like, really? What is happening with our country? And somebody had the nerve to put in the comments, oh, but you teachers be talking about y'all not getting paid enough and all this other stuff. That's why these kids. I said, no, we're not going to sit up here and blame a living wage. People ask for a livable wage as to why your damn kids is stupid. We're not going to do that. Or as Wendy Williams would say, less than smart. But no, they stupid. Sorry. It's like, we're not going to sit up in here and blame teachers for that. Especially when you got a lot of these parents out here be trying to micromanage and tell people how to teach their damn kids, and a lot of y'all don't spend time with your children. And I understand, like, there's some parents, like I know my friend Yuri, she was telling me like the math has gotten so hard and stuff in school, so it's like it's beyond her thing. So she was like, she be using Chat GPT. I'm like, okay, I can understand that because math is not my forte. But when it comes to English, history, all that stuff, like that was what I was good at in school. I hated math. So I definitely would be using Chat GPT too. If I had a kid and I don't understand some of them math equations, because y'all be trying to give kids algebra in the freaking fourth grade. I'm like, I didn't even do that in fourth grade. It says, well, yeah, I was going to say, what did it say? Because I was going to ask that, but you beat me to it. I did see like the internet was kind of going in and out at one point. But it looks like we good now. And it said, Obama apparently said, knew you'd win. And Trump responded with, anyone could be. Not anyone could beat her. I mean, quiet as it's kept, as much as the illusion that they try to feed us, Kamala Harris did not have a rat's chance in hell of winning anyway, not with them that short amount of time. And you see, history is about to repeat itself over there in Canada. That's why they had Trudeau step down, because the same thing that happened with Biden is happening over in Canada right now. There's a conservative prime minister or politician, I guess, who is beating him in the prime minister category. However, I don't know the proper terminology over there in Canada, but he's beating Trudeau in the race, and that's why Trudeau stepped down. So now they're going to take some time and try to find somebody to come in. I guess maybe they'll do what we should have did over here, which was have a primary, and you put people up and let the people decide, instead of our stupid democracy where it's like, no, we're not going to have a primary because we want to put people in that we think is going to be able to run this country that we can control. And it's like, this ain't the Manchurian candidate. This is not what we want. Y'all need to put up a different plethora of people within a democratic national situation for us to hear what they got to say and us to decide who we want. Not you saying, oh, it's Hillary Clinton's turn, so let's put her up. Well, you should have had Joe Biden come out after Barack Obama did his 8 years. That's what you should have did. But no, it was like, oh no, it's Hillary's time. We didn't want that old wide back bitch. I know I didn't. I can't stand Hillary. I liked her husband, but I didn't like her. So you should have put him in there because that was his time. But no, we had her sidelined. It's her time now because, it was Barack was only supposed to be one term, but no, the people liked him. So he got to do his 2 terms. So she had to be sidelined, and they didn't want to do that again because they promised. It was like, okay, we'll put you up. But it's like, no. And then Barack goes and endorses Hillary Clinton. When you should have been endorsing your vice president who wanted to be a president. Now, he could have did his 8 years if y'all was smart because he was sharp as a whip at the time. This is what they do. They want to put people up versus what the people want. We didn't want her. And don't get me wrong, Kamala wasn't that bad, but I was just like, I could just smell, we could all smell the desperation. So we were just going along because nobody wanted the alternative. But if you had a primary, it probably would have helped. And if Biden would have stepped down earlier and just been a one-term damn president, we probably wouldn't be in the situation we're in now. So yeah, Blue Sky does allow adult content. I can't tell you how many adult content creators follow me on Blue Sky. For some reason, they all started adding me. I'm like, damn, what did y'all hear? Like I said, but the problem is Blue Sky doesn't do live videos. And I wish they would. I'm hoping that they Blue Sky, if they really want to step it up, they really do that at a point because I would love to actually be able to stream my show live from Blue Sky and have it attached in that way. So I'm hoping that they kind of step it up and do that because I do agree that they need to do longer form videos so I could upload my videos and stuff there. I could use that because if TikTok goes out of style, then I can actually use Blue Sky to build my audience and put a lot of my shorts and stuff on there like I do with Instagram and Facebook and all the other avenues that I use. So I really wish that I was able to do that, but we can't. So they do need to improve. So maybe we need to send that lady or whoever runs it a letter. I think it's a woman that runs Blue Sky. They said Vance pissed off MAGA because now January 6th won't be getting pardoned. Well, we all knew that was coming. That was coming. I don't think that Trump ever had it in him to pardon those people on January 6th. I do feel like he doesn't want to look bad in the eyes of the people, so he's going to put it off on JD Vance. But I'm sitting there thinking like, but if y'all going to sit and point the finger at Biden for everything who was the president, then why don't y'all ever point the finger at y'all president? When y'all get one of yours in office, why don't y'all point the finger at them? Because doesn't the buck stop with him? Not the vice president. It's supposed to be the president. He's the one representing the free world, last I checked. So why isn't people getting mad at Donald Trump? He's the one that said that he was going to pardon the January 6th insurrectionists. Why aren't you doing it? I remember down here in South Florida a few years ago, there was a drag queen that was banned in a lot of bars because she admitted. Oh, I don't think I ever heard of her. But yeah, but now it seems like it's probably going to change. You're probably going to have a lot of people coming out in support. If they want to keep their businesses going, that's what it seemed like. It seemed like a lot of people just, the wind is shifting towards, let's just be cordial. Let's just go along to get along. Let's just give them grace. But it's like what Michael Steele said, but what about him doing the same for us? Why do we always got to bend over backwards? Why do we always have to give the grace to him? Why do we always have to wait and see? We saw what he did the last time, and it's probably going to be 10 times worse. So why do we always got to bend over backwards, but they don't, but it's not reciprocated? It should be a both sides thing. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. That's how I was always raised to believe, but it seemed like people want to change things as long as it works for them. Beyond. Oh, I said gays for Republicans are probably hookups for them. But you know, a lot of them get down with the get down behind closed doors, quiet as it's kept. In the hotel rooms, getting with the trans and the homosexuals, escorts, because I know quite a few people who have told stories about the politicians, they won't reveal who, but the politicians that they hook up with, a lot of you repressed politicians. I was always wondering, would I ever spill tea if I ever came across a politician who wanted to hunch? I probably wouldn't even recognize any of them if you told me anyway. So I probably wouldn't know unless somebody was like, you know who that was? I'm like, oh. And then I'm like, oh, there's so many, absolutely too many. People are just too damn lazy to do research. Absolutely. So sometimes it's sad. You got to dumb things down for people to get. Well, understand. Did you see the videos I shared in the group chat about the dumbness of younger people now, like getting chocolate milk from brown? People actually believe that. First of all, I used to love the chocolate milk and the strawberry milk in school. I used to get really excited when I would get strawberry milk. And it wasn't often we would always get strawberry milk in school, but I used to love the chocolate and the strawberry milk because I wasn't allowed to have like a lot of candy and stuff like that as a kid. Because I was like, she's like, you paying for the dentist? So that was always her answer. But I used to always get candy because I remember there was this kid that I was cool with in school, and that her parents owned It was her and her brother because I was friends with them. So they their parents owned a bodega and they lived upstairs. So every morning before I would go to school, I would go to go meet them at the house and I get like all this free bag of candy. I mean, luckily I never got cavities, but that's how I was able to get it. Damn, those were the days when I used to live in Brooklyn. It's like I used to get free candy all the time because my classmates and stuff, when I would always hang out with them, it was like I would go to their house and then because they lived above, like I said, the bodega, and I would just get like free bags of candy. So chocolate milk, you add, child, who doesn't? I can't believe people actually think there's chocolate and pink cows out there that make chocolate milk. It's like milk is regular milk. You just add the stuff to it. Now, I don't know any other brands except Nestle, though. Yeah, the math today is no joke. Like when my friend was telling me, like, and her son is 9, so when she was telling me like the type of like the math and stuff, she was like, I use Chat GPT. I was like, you better work because I would do the same damn thing. I always wondered. I'm like, what do parents use? I was like, would you use Google or But then when you said Chat GPT and they be helping you with the answers, I would rather use AI because ain't no way in hell that I'm trying to figure out dumb math equations and y'all giving these kids these crazy ass math. I'm like, I didn't even do this type of math when I was that age. So why y'all giving that to these kids now? Joe Biden didn't run in 2016 because he lost his son around the election. His credit, Charlottesville. Well, there was word that they were that he was supposed to be the presidential nominee around the time, but they pushed him aside. And remember, I almost forgot the stuff with Bernie Sanders, like how they were trying to sabotage him because it was like he was coming with that progressive stuff. And that was against a lot of what the centrist Democrats were doing. So they sabotaged his campaign. Even if you gave a cow nothing but Pepto-Bismol, yeah, it wouldn't change. It wouldn't turn pink. I just can't believe people out here really think that milk from cows, like chocolate and strawberry milk, actually comes from a chocolate cow and a pink cow. I'm like, really? I'm like, milk is milk. You change it with like food coloring or dye, whatever the hell, the ingredients or whatever it is, like the Nestle stuff. I don't know any other way to like how you call it, but like the Nestle quick type of mixes and all that stuff. I never really had like, I was never big on like going to the store and buying like the chocolate milk, strawberry milk stuff because I wasn't really a big milk drinker, except like I said, when I was in school, when we would get it. And then I realized, as I got older, I think I became more lactose intolerant. So it was like I could have dairy when I was younger, but as I got older, I realized it doesn't agree with me. Like I cannot drink milk straight. It has to be in cereal or I have to add stuff to it, but I cannot drink straight up milk. Otherwise, my insides feel weird. I also realize, because I'm not really allergic to a lot of stuff, I realize if I eat a banana by itself, I feel nauseous. I don't know if it's the potassium that bothers me or something, but if I eat a straight up banana, I feel nauseous. But this morning I had me some raisin bran and I threw some bananas up in it. I was fine. So I have to mix things in with things in order for me not to feel like I'm gonna feel sick. And so I don't mind outing them because they're okay getting laws. Well, yeah, I always said that if you're gonna go against if you're someone who threatens my livelihood but you want to benefit, so like behind closed doors you want to have sex with men, but then you vote against the very policies that could put myself in danger because you want to float on both sides or whatever the case it is you're doing. Yeah, I don't have a problem with outing someone. She said, I don't care outing anyone, live in your truth. um Pete, who we talking about booty plug? And you said Bernie Sanders is on his YouTube calling out how the country is becoming. It been getting there. I don't know why everybody trying to act brand new with the whole oligarchy. It's like, yeah, when you have billionaires influencing our politics, who are controlling majority of the decisions and everything that's going on in this country. Why are you surprised? We got over 100 some odd billionaires in the United States of America. When you're pricing people out, people can't afford to pay their rent. People can't like the insurance policies. We're gonna get into all that because Tyler Perry has something to say on it, and we got to talk about. We got a lot of insurance. Well, not a lot, but we got like 2 stories to deal with insurance and insurance fraud and the scams and all that other craziness that's going on. We said Peter Thiel. Oh, you talking about Peter Thiel was a not a repressed bottom. And I wouldn't be surprised if they said like JD Vance and him was hunching, because Peter Thiel has a lot of, give him a lot of credit. He's the one that pushed JD Vance into a lot of where he is today, even introducing him to Donald Trump. And he was partaking in a lot of his previous administration, and probably had some, I wouldn't be surprised if he had some stake in this current administration. But he said, but the Gawker told everybody he was a homosexual, and that pissed him off. I'm like, but Chad, you are. The gays out here supporting him. Even the one from, what's his name, the one from Apple, who and gave him $1,000, well, not $1,000, $1 million for his inauguration. That other queen. They said it began with certain laws in the 50s. Who could have thought by allowing college to be affordable, that would destroy high school and force to change into an extended middle school that hurt the working class? There was something that I saw about, where was it? Sabby Sabs did something about the working class. I didn't get around to watching that video yet. I'm gonna definitely check that out later. But anyway, let's move on, because we've been chatting a bit. Let's get through some of these stories. And let's talk about Sunny Hostin. Now, last week we talked about on the show that Sunny Hostin's husband, Manuel Hostin, aka Manny Hostin, or I should say Dr. Emmanuel Hostin, was one of the people that have been accused of getting caught up in a Rico fraud case. So it's him and 180 other defendants. They said that they committed federal insurance fraud. And I've been saying for the longest, okay, with all this tea coming out, and I saw on social media, especially the Twitter, everybody was going in on Sunny and all that stuff, because I understand how y'all feel. A lot of y'all don't like the stuff that she says and her policies and stuff over there on The View. So you're going to get a lot of those Trump supporter types, or those who are Elon Musk fans, who are going to find any excuse to go at her with any little thing. And a lot of people were in the comments making that about her, but this is about her husband. This is not about her. But she has said something. Now, I was going to say, now, some people thought that she was going to go on The View and talk about it. Whenever something this major happens on The View, they don't bring that up. They will act like there's a big elephant walking behind them, and they will act like that elephant ain't there. So I know some of y'all probably thought that maybe the co-host will bring it up. They're not going to do that out of respect for Sunny. You're not going to hear Anna bring it up. You're not going to hear Alyssa, or you damn sure ain't going to hear Sarah. And Whoopi Goldberg, whenever it comes to any kind of things with celebrities, she act like her friends don't do no damn wrong. Especially, if they Mel Gibson or Dan, or what's his name? Ted Danson. So the latest, they said that Manny and Sunny's lawyers have served a formal notice to the insurance company seeking $5 million in defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Now, the couple hired Legal Eagle, Mark Garagos, that man gets around a lot, last week. They said, we reported, and now Hostin is speaking out against American Transit, the insurance company, alleging the company has filed a frivolous lawsuit against her husband, and says, as a desperate attempt to avoid paying for medical and surgical procedures to people it insures who are in pain, she said in an exclusive statement to Page 6 on Monday morning. So on Sunday, Garagos sent a letter to American Transit lawyers threatening to countersue for $5 million if the company did not withdraw its case and issue apology. Now, the reason why I bring this up, because Sunny didn't mention, as she said the company has filed a frivolous lawsuit against her husband, and says that this is a desperate attempt to avoid paying for medical and surgical procedures for people and insurers who were in pain. Now, with her saying this, some people decided to take a gander and look back at an episode of The View she did during Hot Topics, and this was during the holidays, where she mentions in something about, I'm trying to remember exactly what I think it was something to do with, it might have been about the whole insurance thing with Luigi and that sort of thing. And she was like, oh, I agree with what mostly everybody is up here is saying, but then had brought up something in regards to her husband and some insurance and how they're, he fights with the insurance companies and all this stuff. I do have that clip, courtesy of the Twitter. So I want y'all to watch that clip, and then we'll come back with the rest of the story. Please hold.
Wait, hold on. Let Sunny get in here. I
I agree with
mostly everything that's been said. I mean, we know that, only about 31% of Americans trust our healthcare system. We have a terrible healthcare system. And, doctors suffer because of big corporations as well. Doctors that want to do good, like my husband, operates on someone even though they don't have insurance, and then has to sue health insurance companies to get paid for the work that he's been trained his whole life to do. So there are a lot of problems with it. But the notion that we are in a violent country, this country was built on violence. We're a very violent country. And it's just undeniable that that's the case. And so I'm not, unfortunately, surprised that people are celebrating the use of violence. I'm not surprised that this young man thought that change could be accomplished through violence. 1 in 4 Americans say violence against government sometimes is justified. And today, in 2024, 1 in 10 Americans say violence is justified right now against corporations and government.
That's very scary.
Those are just.
And even though I don't think he might change.
Okay, so we'll pause it there. And it's funny how they said someone was like, "Oh, it's very scary," because a lot of them on that panel, that panel pissed me off that day. So I was kind of glad that Sunny said what she said, but then some people be like, "Oh, well, this alluding to the fact that yeah, your husband could have been caught up in a RICO charge," because it's like, yeah, he's fighting with these insurance companies where it's like they don't have the money to be able to pay for the surgeries. He's going out of his way, and he owns his own practice, so he's going out of his way to do these surgeries on these people. And yeah, he's hitting up these people not necessarily for a kickback, but it's because a lot of these insurance companies, they deny wanting to give people the health care and stuff that they need to be covered. So he's fighting with these people for them to do what they need to do. And this is like an ongoing thing that I'm thinking that many Americans are realizing, that the overall scams that a lot of these insurance companies pull. We're putting so much money into these insurance companies to be able to cover us. And then when it comes down to it, y'all want to sit and deny us the healthcare. Why am I having to pay money for cancer treatment? Whereas in other countries, they have like universal healthcare where it's completely covered and you don't hear no kind of stress issues or whatever on the economy. They're not hurting. And I kind of wish there was a progressive Democrat that would come out and be like, even if it's not necessarily true, because quiet as it's kept, the other side, they just fed y'all a bunch of BS and y'all went for it. I wish there was somebody that would come out and be like, you know what? We're going to give $30 minimum wage, or you're going to get health care for all, and really follow through with that. How are you going to pay for it? They'll figure that out. If y'all can find a blank check to send over there to Ukraine and some damn Israel to drop bombs on freaking Gaza, then you can find the money to be able to give us universal health care. You can be able to find the money to be able to help the people in this country instead of just giving billions of dollars to other people, so that way you can help with whatever interest that you billionaire corporations are benefiting from. So it kind of made me wonder where her bringing that up, if that was a prelude that she knew that something was coming. Not saying that she was trying to look at it as a way of putting her husband on blast or whatever the case was, but this, in a way, I feel like goes to show that, you know what, even as her husband being a doctor, that there's a lot of BS and red tape that he has to go through to just be able to do his job and help people. So do I think that there's a possibility that her husband was out here doing some scams and stuff? I don't think he is. I don't think he needs to, especially with his career and Sunny and all the money that she's making doing The View and all her other side projects. Sidebar, when I heard that they own a 10-bedroom, 10-bath house in New York, I'm like, who the hell needs all that space? Especially when it's just her and her husband, because I think the kids moved out. So, yeah, I don't think her kids live with her anymore. They're off in college. So I'm like, who needs that much space? And she said she owns chickens. So she ain't got to worry about if she need to make eggs. Just go out to the backyard, get some of them eggs that them chickens been pushing out, hatching, and make me a quiche or make me some, something that need eggs. So you also know that Sunny, who's also an attorney, said in her statement that the $5 million figure is an amount that is likely to increase as the reputational damage that American transit has intentionally caused is difficult to quantify at this time. Now, the ABC host also accused the insurer of using her celebrity status on the daytime talk show to start a distinguished media smear campaign against my husband, which included me and our children. Now, American Transit, as she said, quote, American Transit is harassing me and my family in a frantic attempt to not pay its bills. Our family will not be intimidated and harassed. We remain unbowed. This is what she said in a statement. Now, the Bronx native, who's 56, accused the insurance company of engaging in despicable acts like harassing doctors. Now, Hostin also mentioned a lawsuit in her statement filed by Uber Technologies against American Transit, as well as an alleged previous investigation by New York State, claiming the company is on the verge of bankruptcy. She concluded her statement by writing, she said, let me be clear. Where I come from, American Transit will receive a PhD from FAFO University, as in fuck around and find out. Okay. I said, okay, you better bring that sass. Now, she says Sonny Husband, well, they said Sonny Husband is one of the 200 doctors named in American Transit lawsuit alleging that the doc knowingly provided fraudulent medical and other healthcare services, including arthroscopic surgeries. Now, his lawyer, Daniel Thwaites, previously blasted the allegations as a blanket, scattershot, meritless lawsuit by a near-bankrupt insurance carrier. Now, on Sunday, a lawyer repping American Transit, William Natbany of Cadwallader. What the hell is all of that? Oh, that's the names. Cadwallader, Wickersham, and Taft. I guess that's the lawyer company, the legal team. Said to page 6, said American Transit commenced its lawsuit as part of its statutory responsibility to fight no-fault fraud, which is rampant in New York. The allegations of the complaint speak for themselves. With respect to any allegations by a defendant is to improper conduct by American Transit or its counsel, such assertion as emphatically denied as without basis. And with all the scams and BS that comes through with these insurance companies, I'm sorry, but blanket statement, I'm Team Sonny and her husband on this. I do not think that he would need to do any of this other stuff. And look, I know you can't put nothing past a lot of people, and you'd be surprised what people do in type of situations, but I don't feel like he needs to do any kind of insurance for his stuff in exchange for kickbacks, especially when he has a successful practice. He has Sonny for a wife who is successful on television, all this stuff. All the money they got flowing through, and the fact that he's a fraternity dude and she's an AKA and all this other stuff. Trust and believe. They are living large. They are amongst the elites. Like, they hobnob with the likes of the Kamala Harris types and all other stuff. So they are Black Hollywood or Black royalty within a lot of those spaces where they go to Martha's Vineyard. I know, because I used to be a kid that used to go to Martha's Vineyard growing up. So I know that those type of people that go out there. So I'm not buying this story in regards of, I see what these insurance people are trying to do. And look, as powerful as Sonny Hostin is, and knowing her, how she is in the legal world and all other stuff, she'll be able to fight this. I'm surprised. I mean, I don't know if they've talked about it on The View. I haven't watched The View in the last couple of episodes, so I don't know if they brought it up. But I know, like, this is getting big. She's finally responded, and I ask all of you, what do you guys think of this story in regards to Sonny Hostin? Talking about they're about to go to FAFO University. You keep messing with her and trying to create false allegations against her and her husband and harassing her and stuff. So, what do y'all think of the latest story regarding what Sonny had to say in regards to these insurance fraud accusations? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so let me close these windows because I had a bunch of them Sonny Hostin windows open. So now, let's go to the comments. We spent almost 40 minutes on the not you keeping count. I'm thinking, no, what it was I was reading all them comments, but it's, when I realize whenever it comes, I've always realized this on the show, whenever we talk politics, that stretches the show out for a long period of time. So it's like everybody got something to say when it comes to politics. I don't think that the segment regarding Carrie Underwood and Donald Trump is long, but I know all the other stuff that came after pretty much is. While the panel is crazy, Sonny actually spit it. They said they definitely can find the money. It was like, yeah, because while the rest of them up there, but about, oh, murder is bad, and it seemed like they were very pro CEO and anti Luigi Mangione. It's like, well, of course y'all would feel that way because none of you women on that panel could actually understand and empathize with the fact of why Luigi did what he did. Because I've had people in my comments talk about, well, it's not going to change anything. It's sparking a conversation. And I think that if these CEOs keep it up and these billionaires keep it up, when you continue to push people in a corner and you continue to take things away from people and people get into an act of desperation, or they get to a place where they're desperate, sometimes violence is the only answer, because y'all don't listen no other way. When you deny people all these other things, somebody's going to come out and do so. I'm not saying that I'm encouraging it, but you can't be surprised that this is the outcome, that this is the answer that some people will, that's the direction that someone else will take. So when these people sit up here acting completely oblivious to stuff, I just be laughing, especially when it comes to mainstream media and the narrative they be trying to spin on this situation. You said they don't want to because the billionaires are in their pockets. Of course they are. And it's like, as long as the billionaires are, or these politicians and these other people are in the billionaires' pockets, because the minute you start taking money from these people, they own you. That's why I even say, like, when it comes to being a president of the United States, the minute you start taking donations from billionaires, they're expecting you to follow through with the money that they put into your campaign. Well, I paid for this, and this, and now you got to follow through with it. They said Diddy just got hit with another lawsuit. Why am I not surprised? It's like, damn, and how long we got until he actually goes on trial? 4 months. Yeah, 4 months. And then you're gonna have more people coming. I think I did see something earlier from the Daily Mail regarding another person coming. I was like, child, I can't. Like, I can't do another lawsuit situation. Maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow, but I was like, I can't. They said my cousin left the healthcare system because she saw a lot of cancer patients deny procedures or treatments. Yeah, and it's like, this is a career that'll just be like, when you see all that stuff, it's like, who wants to sit around trying to break people's hearts and tell them, like, well, yeah, we have to deny your this because of this. It's like, I'm not gonna be going around bearing that bad news. I could never want to. I remember that was like my first job ever getting in the medical industry. I was like, oh no. I lasted 2 years. But I was a telecommunications operator, which basically was like, I would just call and page the doctors, and then I would do, like, if somebody went into cardiac arrest, it was code 44. Yo, I don't know what the hell's been going on with my Apple Watch. My watch has been dying relatively quick lately. Maybe I need to take it to the Apple store. But anyway, yeah. All they need to do is get rid of Whoopi and Joy. That's not happening. Whoopi's there for the check. Joy is, Joy when Joy, unless Joy has like a Wendy Williams type situation, she ain't going away. And now on top of that, the show is 7 days a week. That show definitely ain't going nowhere. They're afraid to do a jury trial knowing he's going to get a not guilty verdict because of a term called jury nullification. My opinion on Luigi is unpopular, but I see staged. Well, you think of what was staged? Or you think everything he did was staged? LA residents who lost insurance cover. Yeah, that was another thing too. And we're about to get into that story. That's the next one with Tyler Perry. So, with the LA residents, I heard that that's what happened to James Woods. Then come to find out James Woods' house didn't burn down. So he was on TV lying. And then you had crazy ass Mel Gibson on Joe Rogan sitting up here spreading conspiracy theories about the climate. And meanwhile, his house burning down in LA. And I cackled over that. I said, okay, so who we gonna blame it on? First, we had people blaming it on the gays. Then it was blaming it on the immigrants. I mean, like, it's the environment. How you blaming it on? How's it people's fault? I mean, unless you're an arsonist, which there was one that they ended up arresting. He said, I low-key think it's stage 2 or more we don't know. I just feel like there's a lot we don't know that they're not revealing. There's some people think that Luigi is not the person that actually did it, that they just grabbed somebody. So I don't know. Yeah, there is a lot of stuff that's in the media that isn't really coming out. This is why I'm hoping, like, we could get some kind of heads up from independent media, because I don't trust mainstream media anymore. I just feel like a lot of y'all are beholden to these billionaire people that own a lot of your networks, so you're not going to get the real story. It's up to, like, independent media pundits who are on YouTube and a bunch of other places that are going to give you the news. But anyway, speaking of insurance, we were talking about earlier, let's talk about Tyler Perry, who basically came out against insurance companies and their pure greed, you know, regarding the whole LA fire. So yeah, he did post the following on Instagram. Let's pull up his Instagram post. And he said the following. He said, watching the daughter use a garden hose to try to protect her 90-year-old parents' home because their insurance was canceled was just gut-wrenching for me. Does anyone else find it appalling that insurance companies can take billions of dollars out of communities for years and then all of a sudden be allowed to cancel millions of policies for the very people they became rich on? People who have paid premiums all of their lives are left with nothing because of pure greed. As I am in the process of trying to figure out what steps to take to do all I can to help as many as I can, I'm keeping everyone in my prayers. And somebody said this, and I totally agree with this comment. Somebody said, protect Tyler Perry, and I agree with that. Because anytime you go against these establishments with a lot of money, all of a sudden people end up not in the union no more. And I'm not talking about Western Union. I'm talking about the living union. So they said, that's my first statement. In this United States that we live in, if you speak about the immoral practices of insurance companies, the pharmaceutical industry, and our not the same justice system for everyone from a platform of influence, we jeopardize our lives and livelihood. Martin, Malcolm, Black Panther Party, Tupac, Kaepernick, Kobe, etc. Well, I don't know about Kobe Bryant because now y'all start with the conspiracies about that. But I do agree on Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, the Black Panther Party. You know, Tupac did speak out against the establishment, but that's a whole nother conversation because some people think that Diddy had something to do with his death, but that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day. So they said nothing changes unless we do. We the people, over decades now, I have yet to truly hold those entities accountable for their illicit behaviors and negative contributions to our lives. Insurance is by far one of the greatest scams ever. Most never use it or receive it when most need it. The pharmaceutical industry supply drugs most truly don't need. The answer for most physical ailments are in our foods we consume, which our country has decided to slowly poison us with. Ingredients other countries have banned. Lastly, our justice system is founded on a document that hasn't been augmented in centuries. How can what applied, oh, damn, this is a long ass story. I mean, paragraph that you wrote up here. It's like, how can what applied then apply coherently now when we flip that way of living on its head? It shouldn't take the fire disaster in California or a flood in Louisiana or hurricanes to come to these realizations, as they always seem to be the incident for the moment. Drones are no longer being discussed. No one has provided answers for the red haze of smoke that came down from Canada months ago. That is true. I think we got some of that in New York because, you know, we are by Canada, as I like to call it. SMH, too many timely unanswered events. How does a fire of this magnitude grow to affect so many when the state itself has a Pacific Ocean next to it? Anyway, I've got solutions for most of it, but I ain't trying to get disappeared for solutions by people who disappear people for less. And they said ran over. And I have to say, child, I'm with you on that, except for some of the stuff you were saying about some of the people you throw up in there with start some conspiracy theories. I 110% agree with you on this. And one of the things I will say about this also, shout out to Tyler Perry for being a member of the 1%, a billionaire who actually is bringing this up and is talking about the overall insurance companies who, yeah, y'all take money from us, working Americans, for years, or I should say decades, with it's supposed to be a just in case something happens, then we can rely on that insurance company to be able to cover us. And then y'all come up here and be like, you know what? Denied. We're not going to cover it. Why the fuck not? If I'm then give me all the money that I gave you back. All the money that I gave you to be able to cover me, give it back then. So now if you get a bunch of Luigis marching up in y'all offices and start handling business, y'all ain't gonna like it. Then we want to sit up here and perpetuate this narrative of like what our dumbass mayor from New York, Mayor Adams, did, where y'all want to sit up here and act like this is a scene out of Superman or The Dark Knight, where y'all walking him down the street with an army of cops around him, trying to set an example to keep the American people in line. Don't even think about doing whatever. Well, how about y'all stop trying to, you know, assault our wallets and robbing us? Why is it that we spend more time paying for things, but we don't get nothing in return? So I really hope that Tyler Perry does find a solution in regards of trying to help those of us out and trying to get around the fact that, yeah, these insurance companies, y'all are one big scam. It is not just, the medical industry. It's also the insurance companies about what has to do with the fire. So they basically said that in regards of, so to give you more information. Now, according to the LA Times, they said State Farm General Insurance revealed in March 2024 that they would not be renewing 30,000 home and condominium policies once they expired. Now, more than 1,600 of the policies were in Pacific Palisades. The outlet reported that Chubb Insurance also refused to approve new policies for high-value properties in fire risk areas. Really, then y'all all need to go out of business then if y'all don't want to do what needs to be done as an insurance company. So Allstate also halted policies, while Tokyo Marine America Insurance Company and Trans-Pacific Insurance Company stopped providing policies in California per the Times. Now, Mercury Insurance, however, made themselves available to take the company's former customers. According to CAL FIRE, the Palisades fire has burned nearly 24,000 acres as of Sunday, while the Eaton fire in northeast LA has scorched more than 14,000 acres. Last week, more than 100,000 Los Angeles residents were forced to evacuate their homes when the wildfires began. Paris Hilton, Miles Teller, Adam Brody, and Eugene Levy were among the many celebrities who lost their homes to the blaze. So, yeah, this is where we are. I'm glad that someone like Tyler Perry sounded the alarm, because it is definitely a conversation that needs to be had. And I'm glad that someone who is a member of the 1% has been able to do that. Now, don't get me wrong. There be some issues that I have with Tyler Perry, like in regards of him not being pro-union. And pro-union, I mean, some of the people that I believe he hires aren't necessarily unionized, or the fact that you don't give a lot of other writers and stuff jobs. You want to sit up there and do everything on your own because you want to be able to cut corners and save money. But in this case, allegedly, I should say, but in this case, it is good that, we have somebody who's a part of the elite, that's a part of the 1%, but I guess he'll look at it as this. I'm not one of those people that hobnob with a lot of those people over there in that world. I have my own little Hollywood out in Atlanta, so I'm doing my own thing. I was able to accumulate billions of dollars based off of what I do and my relationships and the fans and all other stuff. So I don't feel no ways tired of having to keep my mouth closed in regards to the shenanigans and the scamations that y'all doing over there with them. So good on him. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story in regards of Tyler Perry calling out home insurance companies and all the scamations that allegedly is going on with them? And the fact that so many people in LA, how does like these companies denied renewing people's homeowners insurance. And so now when it all burns down, it's like, well, damn, now you got to figure out, I got to buy a new home. The insurance company's not going to cover it because they want to accumulate, but they don't want to shell out the money. It's corporate greed at its finest. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. So, what does that say? Oh, Merch, that's Lil J, said, without Whoopi, nobody would know the video. I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily true, because I actually used to watch the show when it was the original cast, which was, who was on there? It was Meredith Vieira, who, shout out to her, she just lost her husband. It was Meredith Vieira, Joy Behar, Star Jones, Debbie Matenopoulos, and then Barbara Walters was the fifth wheel. So I used to watch it from the beginning, and then it was like they went through a whole, changing of seats and different co-hosts when they had Lisa Lang on there, and then that witch, what's her name? Elizabeth Hatchet Snatch. Remember when they made fun of her on the episode of Law and Order SVU, and she was tight about that. I think she threatened to file a lawsuit. Oh, there was a girl that was on the episode with a name similar to hers, and she got SA'd in the episode. I remember that. And so, yeah, then Whoopi Goldberg turned out to be like one of the bigger names that came on there. And then I think at one point, I think she came on after Rosie O'Donnell left, because Rosie O'Donnell was the big name at first. And then Rosie left, and then they brought Whoopi on, and then Rosie came back years later, and they kind of clashed, Whoopi and Rosie was not a good idea because those are two alpha females up there. And I think Rosie thought that she was going to come back and be the moderator. And it's like, sis, you left. So now it's Whoopi because she the EGOT. And I don't know if we could have, like, it just wasn't gelling. So, I don't know if that's necessarily true about Whoopi, but I think at this point she's kind of phoning it in. But I do agree, like you said, they should get a new panel. But I don't see that happening. But I feel like I was gonna say, should they skew her younger? But I don't know if that would work because young people ain't watching TV like that. Are they? I mean, they should be because, child, who out here listen to YMCA? Every time that I've worked at, and funny enough, when it's certain events, I noticed, like when it was the Trump stuff, they did play YMCA, and the people was making fun of him when he was there. That I was, not the people I worked with, the guests that were actually there watching like the events or whatever. And then at the recent bullfighting situation or bull riding situation that they had at my job, they played YMCA. I'm like, child, why is this an ongoing theme when it comes to these type of situations? You said they are Trump supporters and have approved the use of YMCA because, according to the lead singer, it is a damn gay anthem. And quiet as escape, you had a bunch of homosexuals that was a part of that damn band, and you benefited wholeheartedly from the gay community. So for you to sit up in there and talk about it's not a gay anthem, first of all, sir, you need to sit your flat, wrinkly, old, tired ass down somewhere. Not you. Well, obviously, I'm not talking about you, but the idiot that said that, because I'm like, it is a gay anthem. Because you could have said it wasn't years ago before Trump decided to coin it. Or y'all made it its official anthem of his party. It said because of how California votes, read what Mike Johnson said. Basically, in order to get aid, he wants California to vote Republican. No, that's not how that works. It's like you don't get to say, well, in order for us to give you what you need to vote for us, and you need to incorporate religion and stuff. No, you're not supposed to even mix church and state in your policies. Religion and politics are not even supposed to mix. Yet you have people in here who are trying to do that. And then when you have morons like Trump who give people like a platform, what do you expect? It said, if you ever been to LA, it will always be liberal. I've lived in LA. Of course, I've been there. If you ever lived there, you'd understand. Quit making it a way to own the libs. And it's like, it's not going to happen. First of all, California is too damn big for it to even be shifting red. So that's not happening. I agree. So I'm glad he called them out. So don't forget the iconic. Oh yeah, that iconic fight. Damn, I wish I could bring that clip up now. But if I do, I might get clocked, and they'd be like, you're using copyrighted material. So I think the loophole when I use that view clip, I got it off the Twitter. So Rosie O'Donnell was the only other person I remembered. Yeah. Because I think a lot of us grew up watching the Rosie O'Donnell show. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, let's talk about this mess because this came out yesterday. So Allison Holker, as you know, is getting dragged all over social media because of some of the things that she has coming out in her book, where it seemed like she's trying to tarnish the name of Twitch, where you sit up in here talking about how you loved him and those other stuff. And the more I hear about Allison Holker, the more I realize I don't like that bitch. I don't like that bitch. I don't see her. Shout out to Jay Caron, and that's an iconic bitch track. But anyway, get back into the show. I don't like her. I feel like she's an opportunist. There have been many people from So You Think You Can Dance, including, my girl Comfort, came out and wrote a whole long situation dragging Allison. And I think Comfort was on the same season as Twitch, if I'm not mistaken. So with everybody dragging her, and rightfully so, because sis, you open this can of worms, you deserve to get dragged. So now her donkey of a daughter has decided to jump on the line and defend, and she out here windmilling hard for her mother. And here's the thing, I know there's some people out here that feel like, oh, she's a kid, don't go too hard on her. When I was growing up, I was always told to stay out of grown folk business. I don't know, the way this new generation, how y'all raising y'all kids, I'm not going to judge it. However, if y'all are going to put yourselves in a situation where you're going to invite the world into the group chat, prepare for people to come out here and give you a little smack on the behind in regards of things that we're going to say in regards of how you approaching things. And I feel like a 60-year-old child whose brain hasn't fully developed should not be asserting herself in the affairs of what's going on between her mother and her stepfather, because apparently I didn't know that Twitch wasn't her biological father. So he basically, I guess, when he got with Allison, she already had a kid from a previous relationship, and he took her under his wing like that was his own child. And there was another thing that I know a lot of people was mad about, particularly the Black community, how she referred to him as Steven and not, dad or whatever the case is. I know some people feel like that's disrespectful to call your stepfather dad or whatever, but here's the thing. If you're the way, I don't know, I can't really speak on it because I'm not a product of divorce. My parents are still together. So I don't know what that is like of if you become a blended family with somebody else, would you refer to that bonus dad as? I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can call one your biological father daddy and the other one papa or something. There should have been something there. But I'd be damned if I'm gonna sit there and call my stepfather by his government name. But I guess that's what white folks do. But then again, Twitch ain't white. He just married a white woman. So Allison's daughter, Weslie, went on IG Live to address the cyberbullying. She said that she and her 36-year-old mother, who has a new boyfriend, who allegedly is married still, has received. So I have that video, courtesy of the Instagram. Shout out to the Shade Room. So we're going to play with little Miss Weslie, who got herself a perm, had to say. And then we'll talk, try to look like a poor man Zendaya. Please hold.
That I've grown up with. And to see them now act different for social media, it's like, I don't know. And I'm trying to be respectful, but I just think it's complicated because I speak to Steven's moms. Like my mom and her were speaking weekly at some point. And I don't know if it's still like that. Like me and my mom haven't talked about it. But since Steven died, I feel like I've seen his family more than when he was alive. We would only see them once or twice a year. But you guys have to understand that it's because they live in another state. And things happen. We literally live in another state, and it's not like we're neighbors. It's not like we could just see them whenever we wanted. And now, my mom's constantly making the effort so that the kids are a part of, or not the kids are a part of their, wait, I was about to mess up my words. So the kids are a part of their lives. And my mom, these are all people that I've had effort. I don't make the effort, but that's just how I am. I feel disrespected by them, so I'm not going to talk to them. There were points where the brothers would reach out to me, like my uncles and Connie, they'd be texting me, but I don't talk to them anymore. I feel completely disrespected. They've gone on social media saying that blood's thicker than whatever, and that's a direct dig at me and my mom. And if you don't see me as Steven's daughter, that's cool. That's take it how you want. That I know for a fact that's never how he saw it. And it's literally just hurtful. Effort. I don't make the effort, but that's just how I am. I feel disrespected by them, so I'm not going to talk to them. There were points where the brothers would reach out to me, like my uncles and Connie, they'd be texting me, but y'all love to argue about the NDAs. Basically, not backstory, because that's what the whole story is, but in one day we had an open casket viewing for Steven. We had a funeral, and then we had a wake. And my mom asked for NDAs to be signed when we were seeing Steven's body, because God forbid somebody that went to that took a photo of Steven and put it on the internet, or shared it with somebody else. That's the type of things that NDAs are for. It's not so you can never talk about Steven. You can't ever talk about you grieving him. You can't post about it. That's not what it is. And for all the people saying it, I just feel like you're uneducated. I'm sorry, but truly, I'm fed up, because NDAs are so important. And if you guys don't agree, that's cool. I'm grateful for my mom making sure that everybody signed NDAs. Y'all love to argue about the NDA. That whole day was supposed to be beautiful, and instead it was less than that. we were gonna say our goodbyes, and instead people were yelling at each other and bashing my mom. And like, that's a day that's taken away from her, and she can't remember it as being the day that we all wanted it to be because his family was making it otherwise. And like, when I say that this day, like, it's imprinted onto my brain. Like, one, because I had to say goodbye to the person that I loved and valued. But then on top of that, I'm having to deal with seeing my mom go through so much. Like, it's a different type of hurt because these are people that we're supposed to love and value. And yet they're constantly doing things that make me see them as like less. Like, they're the ones impacting that image. But they're also the ones taking onto social media. So I just don't get it because
Hold on, I had to pause.
I don't know where.
Is she done? I mean, I was going to say, is she done? I was going to say, is she done? But then again, are you done? Because first of all, it's like, how you going to sit up here and say they took it to social media when they only took it to social media as a response to your mother doing an interview with People magazine, spilling Twitch's tea, spilling tea that was in his journal, his personal journal, about he was assaulted, molested as a child by a family friend. That was something that none of us knew. We didn't need to know it. Quiet as it's kept, but you put that in as fodder for your book. Because and I'm going to tell you this, shout out to Mims over there, Make It Make Sense, friend to the show. He has jumped in the comments every now and again on this show. But he did an exclusive interview with Twitch's best friend, Manny, yesterday. So if y'all get a chance, definitely watch that video. It's about an hour and a half. And he was spilling tea about Allison. He couldn't really spill a whole lot because he was one of them that had to sign the NDA. But he was pretty much saying that how is it that all of a sudden he's all kinds of drug addicts? Everybody who's been around Twitch has never said anything remotely negative about him. But here you go trying to tarnish his name, and then was alluding the fact that Allison was remotely jealous of Twitch because Twitch was the biggest star. No shade. Whenever I would watch So You Think You Could Dance, and I know a lot of people that came from that damn show, Twitch was one of my favorite people on that show. And even though he didn't even win, he was in my opinion, he was sort of like to So You Think You Could Dance what Kristen Siriano was to Project Runway, one of the biggest names that come out of that damn show and become successful. And he went on Ellen. He was successful there. He was doing so many things. He did like a bunch of damn step-up movies, which I love the step-up movies, regardless of how cheesy they are. I like watching dancers. I love dance choreography. I like all that stuff. So You Think You Could Dance is my favorite show on top of the step-up movies and all that other stuff. So I like all that kind of stuff. And then so many of the alum from So You Think You Could Dance have been on that show. I don't know. I can tell you what Allison was doing, although I did hear that she did that. She did some show on VH1. Whatever, child. But to me, it just seems like she's very opportunistic. You got this little girl jumping up in here, asserting herself in something that has nothing to do with her. This is why I said, like, what is it your mother's telling you? Because I don't understand a lot of you adults who try to act like your daughters are your best friend, and then y'all assert them in a whole bunch of stuff. This reminds me a lot of Teresa and her daughter Gia Judice, whenever she would assert her in a bunch of stuff, and everybody be online, she's a child, she decided to stay in a child place. Now she's grown, so that rule doesn't apply no more. And I know in some eyes, people, because they grew up watching her on a reality show, they feel like, oh well, yeah, she's still a child. She's not. She's in her 20s. She's in college. This is different. She's an adult now. However, this little girl here is 16. And I understand, like, we should give her the benefit of the doubt, but because she's a child. But when you are a child asserting yourself in grown people's stuff, it becomes a problem. So yeah, I don't want to hear any more of what she got to say because she's all over the place. It seems like she's jumping in conversations that she don't understand. So Twitch's cousin came out and said the following. She said, yeah, I DGAF about an NDA. This crazy woman made me and his actual family, including, sign an NDA just to even attend the funeral. She's been trying to tarnish his legacy and refused to let the boss family see the kids because they were saying, like, and that's what Manny was alluding to as well in the interview that he did. He was saying, like, there could have been ways that they could go off and see the kids. She was weaponizing these children against Twitch's side of the family. And then he also revealed that at the funeral, a fight almost broke out. which is what the daughter alluded to, but also was alluding to situations that, yeah, when you walked up in that funeral, you had Twitch's family on one side and you had Allison's family on the other side. I forgot what religion he said that they practiced, if it was like Mormonism or whatever the case was, but he was just like, yeah, they was off on their side and he was off on this side. And I seen a lot of people in the comments over there at the Shade Room, which I don't necessarily 110% agree with, but this part I do agree with. A lot of y'all had a problem with him calling him Steven, even if that's the stepfather. But a lot of people was in the comments, they were talking about black men find you a black woman, or perfect example of a child not knowing their place. That part I agree with. But the part I don't, this whole thing about black men find you a black woman. Black women do the same damn thing. When y'all get pissed off, y'all like to weaponize and use the kids against your man and all this other stuff. So that's no different. The problem I have with interracial mixing, and I'm a product of mixed race. I have a problem. So I don't obviously have a problem with that. I have a problem that if you are going to be a white woman getting with a black man and vice versa, that you need to take the time, if you're going to get with somebody who has a difference of culture, to understand their cultural differences. When y'all sit up in here and have them racial blind spots on, even though, so in a way of, you like black dick, but you don't want to take the time to infiltrate yourself in the culture and understand the differences between white versus black families. If you don't want to do all of that, especially when you want to spread your legs with some black penis, that I have a problem with. So if you're going to get into a relationship where your man is a different race than you or different ethnic background, you need to take the time, and vice versa. You need to take the time to understand their culture, so that way you know the do's and the don'ts. And not just sit up in here and be like, well, I didn't know he had all these issues and all this other stuff going on. I'm like, you wasn't paying attention to what your husband was doing, but meanwhile, he was out here busting his ass to support you and his two biological children and the child he decided to take under his damn wing that wasn't his. So he's busting his behind doing all this other stuff. But it seemed like to me, she had already moved. I mean, she was out here doing what it was that she was doing. Because then there was another video that they were trying, I guess the media was trying to catch something else, but caught her holding hands with one of Twitch's friends. Because this is what they do out here in these streets. That's why I said there's something about her. I can't remember the other guy, the person's name, but she was holding hands with him. So you out here laying low and spreading it wide with his friends too? But she got her new man. She moved on real quick. So I was like, let me see. What's the other person's name that was up in here? Because I don't even care. Like, we're not going to support that damn tight-ass book. So, yeah, she got a new man. I was trying to see what his name was. But word on the curb is the man she messing with, that's her boyfriend, that he's married. So they said a source close to the situation revealed to the DailyMail.com Twitch's family is preparing to fight back against Allison after she came out with those scathing allegations about him. The family disapproves of what she said and will be speaking out about the untruths. That's why I say fuck the NDA. If she thinks she got the coins to take them all to court, she ain't got no money like that. Quiet as it's kept, like I said, Twitch was the breadwinner. We was all out here looking at Twitch. We didn't care about Allison. And then according to what the people were saying, that she literally was jealous because his career was bigger than hers, which I can believe. Because if she really thought like she was like this big star and she want to have her moment, then why is majority of your book about him? And then once you get up in there and told all of his business in this book, what part do we get to yours, where allegedly you got a booger sugar addiction to the point where, allegedly, to the point where the cartilage in your nose has been damaged? This is the tea that they were spilling about her ass on social media. So if she's going to sit up out here and spread things about people, you better tell your business too. The many men that you was laying low and spreading your legs for, and the alleged drug use that you were saying. So you want to sit up here and talk about Twitch was out here doing drugs, but you're not going to tell your tea? I ain't buying the book, so I'm going to just wait till the blogs and stuff put it all out, and we'll give you the information. It's probably a bunch of damn nothing. I bet you her book is about as vapid and empty as that Melania Trump pamphlet that she came out with last year. This book ain't worth reading. And if anybody who was a real Twitch fan is a Twitch fan, don't support this damn book. Let it flop. There's other ways that we can combat mental health in our community, especially with Manny Twitch's friend, who was on the Make It Make Sense show and did the interview yesterday. He was talking about how he's going to do a podcast where it could open up a dialogue about black men or not just black men, but just men in general and mental health. Because I definitely agree with him on this. I feel like there's an epidemic towards men in this country that any little thing that we say and do, and don't get me wrong, I'm not an incel or any of those misogynistic types, but I wholeheartedly agree. I just think that the energy is being shifted in the wrong place. I do feel like there's a war on men. A lot of us can't say nothing. We can't do nothing. We say the wrong thing. Me too, hashtag, all that bullshit. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm all against abuse towards women or harassment or other stuff. But any little thing that we say or do, it's like men have to walk on freaking eggshells these days. So I love the idea that there is a dialogue and a conversation being open, because I've said this many times. There is a mental health epidemic in this country, especially with men. Men feel displaced. They don't know where they can turn with a lot of situations. Women are outpacing men in regards of like careers and all this other stuff. Men are trying to figure out where do they fit in the world these days. And when people continue to go against them and combat against them with all this stuff, that any little thing that y'all say and will be used against you in a court of law. It's like men, this is why they don't get with girls or whatever the case was. Not saying that they homosexuals, but I'm just saying like this is why they don't fuck with women in on a level of wanting to be in a relationship, because it's just too much BS that comes with all of that. So I'm hoping that. So I like the idea of him help coming out with a whole mental health situation and helping men like communicate, because that is a thing in the community, specifically in the Black community. I just feel like men don't really address a lot of issues that they have, or really come out and speak on some of the things that they want to speak on. So I love the fact that the family is saying they fed up with her BS and they're not going to sit back and let her just tarnish his name. And I love the fact that Twitch's mother even came out and said something, against what Allison is out here saying. So, Lil Weslie, you can't get mad that you can't poke the bear and tell the bear how angry to get. This is what I tell people all the time. You can't be out here spilling my child's tea in the form of a book, talking about you giving it to help people with mental health, and probably going to pocket a percentage of that damn money too. I don't think all the proceeds is going to mental health. And so I love the fact that Miss Connie came out and said something. That would be Twitch's mother. And all the alumni from So You Think You Could Dance came out and agreed, to what Miss Connie said, including Comfort Fadoki. Then you had Gabby Diaz, Jim Nowakowski, Dietrich, who was from I remember Dietrich when he was on the show, but he also competed with this group on America's Best Dance Crew. So I remember him from that. Then you had Lauren Gottlieb, who really went in and dragged her ass on social media. And then you had Eddie Neptune Eskridge, Blake McGrath. Oh, I remember Blake McGrath. He was like I think he was on season 2. So, and I remember he went on and was like a choreographer or something or another. So yeah, it was him. Then you had Hannah Lee Cabanilla and a bunch of others. So a lot of people are more Team Twitch than they are Team Allison. Now, it kind of makes me wonder, why is everybody anti-Allison and not Team Yo Mama, and they're more or less Team Twitch? She is a problem. Sorry. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story in regards to the latest, in regards to Allison Holker and her daughter asserting herself in business where she didn't mind the business that pays her? Maybe her mother did pay her to get up on there, because I'd have been mad. I'm like, no, you don't need to be up in here defending me. As a grown woman, you need to be up there defending yourself. You should not be having your 16-year-old getting on social media thinking she know every goddamn thing, acting like she your damn spokeswoman. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. He said, oh, it's because he mad because we made it a gay anthem and now he's performing the inauguration. Okay. Emmanuel Acho is that friend. She was seen holding hands with, that's what his name was. Thank you. But that wasn't the other. I guess he got 2 friends named Manny, because there was one that was in the interview. And so it was, I forgot his name though, but yeah, that was the one that she was seen holding hands with. And then Adam Edmonds is the new Mary Child. That's why I say she is a mess. And you out here trying to sit up in here and tell all the Twitch's business when you a whole hot ass mess. And to me, it just looks like she's just latches on to whoever could support her. Because quiet as it's kept, I don't know anybody who out here supporting anything that Allison does. I didn't even watch her when she was a judge on So You Think You Could Dance, along with JoJo Siwa and Maxim Chmerkovskiy. I didn't watch that season. I just didn't think all three of them was that interesting for me to sit and watch, which is why I didn't watch. Child, let's get into this mess. Okay, so let's get into some Justin Timberlake news. We're almost done with the show, by the way. But anyway, let's get into some Justin Timberlake news because he's being dragged on social media saying that he was being rude to the fans. So there's a viral video that was going around, and I happened to just be on Twitter yesterday checking for some stuff because I was posting. I don't know, Twitter was giving me an issue yesterday when I was posting a lot of my articles and stuff. So nevertheless, it was all worked out. I happened to see his name trending. I was like, what's going on now? So I happened to look and I saw this video and I was like, what the hell's going on? And then I thought it was fake or whatever with the whole Justin Timberlake video. Turned out it was real. So that's why we're talking about it. So there's a clip that was going around where fans were seen driving down a road next to a car with tinted windows. And I don't know how they knew he was in there, but apparently they did. And they were baiting him to do some Fast and the Furious style drag racing. I'm not talking about him serving charisma, uniqueness, nerve, and talent. I'm talking about actual drag racing in a car down the road, especially when he just got in trouble with his. Wait a minute, didn't they say his license was suspended? And if it was, for how long? Like, is he able to just? Is that only in New York, or is that like when he come to New York he can't drive, but when he go everywhere else he could drive? I gotta look into that and see what that actual situation is in regarding to that case. But yeah, he was behind the wheel. He should have had Jesus take it, or maybe he would have if he would have if he was down that road speeding. But anyway, so they asked him to drag race, and I have the clip, so we're gonna play it as a class, and then we'll come back and talk. Please hold. Oh wait, now I'm gonna scroll down. This is a big ass video.
We better have big time. Yeah, bro. Yeah, Justin Timberlake. Bro, roll down the window. Roll down the window.
You want something?
Let's race.
You want something? No.
Let's race.
You want something?
No. Let's race.
Stop.
He said, y'all want something? Y'all want something? You want something, bitch? So yeah, he said, you want something. So then the fans said, let's race. So the star continued to say, you want something. Timberlake, who pleaded guilty, as you know, to one count of driving while impaired last year, finishes the chat saying, get out of here, you fucking kids. That sounds funny. That reminds me of the episode of Scooby-Doo. And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you thinking kids. That's what it reminded me of with the way he said it. It's like, damn, Justin, you and I are around the same damn age. Can you not try to act like you an old ass man in your delivery? But anyway, so so then of course the video was shared online with the caption, as I showed y'all, why is Justin Timberlake so mean, OMFG? And it's not known when the clip was filmed. So I should probably say that too, because it's like, yeah, we're not sure when the clip was filmed, because I'm like, was that before or was that after what had happened with his license being suspended? Because if his license is suspended and it goes not just for New York and goes to other places, I'm like, Molly, you in danger, girl, because you can get in trouble for that. Like, you're not supposed to be behind the wheel. But then again, I'm like, why didn't you share this video back then? Why are you sharing it now? That's what inquiring minds want to know. So fans quickly took to social media to alternately claim the star had been provoked or that he had been mean to the driver and passengers. Then one wrote, I don't know, honestly, it seems like they provoked him while he was doing his own thing. I don't think he was necessarily mean, perhaps irritated after being yelled at by a bunch of people. Another type, I'm not a celebrity and he has no obligation to do what I do. However, if I were famous, I'd always acknowledge my fans. It seemed as though they were just excited to see him. I don't know. Again, that's just me. Now, one follower wrote, never thought I would ever defend Justin Timberlake, but these people were harassing him and his actions were not mean at all. And here's the thing. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to agree with that follower. It's like, I'm with you. I never thought I would be up in here defending Justin either. However, Yeah, y'all provoked him. I feel like y'all were out here literally looking to start something to get him to Drag Race. Now y'all know damn well he's not gonna get up there and race with a bunch of y'all because God forbid something happened where he crashes the vehicle, he accidentally hits somebody with his vehicle, he could end up in jail. Or God forbid if y'all collide within each other, like anything can happen in that situation. And when I'm a major celebrity with insurance on this body and I'm making millions of dollars for a lot of people, I'm not putting myself in harm's way for some randoms. So I could understand if it was a situation like if he was walking down the street and he was like Bad Bunny. Remember when Bad Bunny was walking down the street, this girl went and got all up in his face and did the selfie with the phone and he took the phone and threw it. That shit was funny though. But if she got tight and had to run back and get the damn phone, I think she ran back and got the phone. But nevertheless, when he threw her phone, it was like, look, you're not going to get up in my face with no damn photo, which kind of makes me wonder if he named his album, I shouldn't take more photos because of that. And, the whole situation of him throwing the phone, that girl phone. But yeah, if it was a situation where I'm out in the public and you want to take my photo and I'm rude or whatever the case was, or I was like nasty towards you in any other situation, I could totally understand that. But in this situation, I'm sorry, but I don't feel no ways tired about him going, you want something? Get out of here and all that other stuff. Yeah, let's leave it on this because that's my favorite picture of Justin. So, yeah, other people said celebs wouldn't have their platform without fans. Well, that's not just a blanket statement to say about everybody. It's like we know that celebs wouldn't have their platform without the fans. However, when fans are out here nitpicking and poking the bear and provoking you, I'm not obligated to stroke your ego, whatever the case is, or go off and drag and race with you because that's what you want. You trying to be cute. Because y'all were being annoying. And if you gonna annoy the hell out of me, I'm a damn thing will be like, yeah, get out of here, you fucking kids. Like literally I would have been doing that same damn thing. So I understand, why he felt the way he felt. So that's all I got to say on that. So I ask all of you, what do you think of this story? Do you agree? Do you feel like Justin was in the right and those kids was in the wrong, or that Justin should have, or he was being mean, or whatever case? I don't think it was the case of being mean. I just think they were being annoying and he checked their ass in the way that he checks. I ain't saying he checked them like really got them, but he read them a little bit. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I saw a video of Ariana Grande in a car and a girl saw her and Ariana started singing and talked to the girl while they were at a light. Well, yeah, that's like some fun stuff. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna have fun with my fans if a fan happens to see me and gets excited. Because that's like the one time in a lifetime that you're gonna probably see that person and have an interaction with a celebrity. But doing the whole you want to race thing, that's so obnoxious. So I don't mind that what Ariana did. So I don't blame him for being mean. I always find it funny that Ariana is so damn little. Like she's like little Kim height, like 4'11" or 5 feet. But then her brother Frankie is like not short at all. Because I thought I've run into him so many damn times. Last time I saw him was at Drag the Musical, which shout out to Alaska. Yesterday was her final performance. I think for like a while. Then she's gonna probably come back. I don't know. But her final performance of doing Drag the Musical was yesterday. So now they have Jimbo doing it. But yeah, I don't get it, whatever. So he's an Aquarius. Birthday is coming up. I think he'll be 44 on January 31st. A water sign. It said I don't empathize with him on anything, even if someone told a lie to take down his career. I support the that's why I said now. Don't get me wrong, I'm still windmilling hard at him on account of Brittany and Janet and so many other little things that he's done. But in this situation, I'm like, you know what? I'm Team Justin on that, and it's a rarity if I say that. But yeah, it was like I would never expect that I would be defending him of all people on something like that. So that was a car full of rowdy, self-entitled fools. Justin was nicer than me. The best I get. Come on, okay. But it's after everything with Janet, Brittany, and other lies he told, and how he shat on people to stay up. Yeah, I agree. Not no stay on the chasing with the cameras. Y'all messy up on here, but I live for it. But it's like, yeah, the way that yeah, I agree with all of that. Like the whole Janet Brittany and all the things that the fact that he shadowed so many people just so that way he could sustain his career, his solo career. It's like, yeah, I agree with that. But in this occasion, he gets off a little, you know. But I'll let him off. I know some of y'all ain't. Some of y'all are like, fuck Justin. But anyway, okay, so before we get to our final topics, because we're about to get a lot of homosexual news, including like when we talk about the Traitors and Drag Race. If you haven't already, please hit that like button and that subscribe button. Also, be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I'm also going to put timestamps in the show for those who are going to come and watch the replay, so that way you know where to go depending on the topics that we talked about earlier, and then the ones we're going to conclude after this. So we got 4 more topics and then we're done with today's show. So without further ado, let's get into some tea about the Traitors US. Now, I don't know if y'all want to mute this, if y'all don't want spoilers, if you don't care, give me all the spoilers. If you saw it, definitely then stick around. But if you don't want any spoilers, definitely mute your, I was gonna say mute the TV or whatever it is you're watching. Because I'm like, who watches it on TV? I actually watch a lot of YouTube on my television. But anyway, so they aired 3 episodes of The Traitors. I guess it only plays on Peacock because I don't think it airs on like Bravo or any of the network channels. So they aired the first 3 episodes of The Traitors, and let me tell you, it was good. Bob Kane clocked in to work, and he been bringing the shadiness. So this is why we need a lot more homosexuals on the show and a lot more Drag Race queens. So I'm gonna get into some spoilers. So and if you see Dorinda, you already know probably one of the spoilers already. Now, because she was pork chopped in the first damn episode. Now, while recalling, his decision with fellow traitors, Danielle Reyes and Carolyn Weiger. And the funny thing was, I already told y'all, like, I was mad because I didn't see the first episode, but I already saw, like, one of the blogs. I think it was Pink News, and they pissed me off with that. They went and revealed that Bob was a traitor. I'm like, I didn't even watch the damn episode yet. And here y'all go revealing in the headline that he was a damn traitor. And shout out to Alan Cumming, who was not only bringing the melodrama in regards of how he was delivering his lines and stuff when he was telling people the challenges. I wish there were more hosts that would be that as dramatic and animated as Alan Cumming. And he's been bringing the fashions this season. Definitely. Whoever his stylist is, I bow down to you. So, we had Danielle Reyes and Carolyn Weiger. They basically were going after a lot of the housewives in the beginning. So I guess to throw the house off. And then Boston Rob, he was brought in episode 2. They brought in 3 more people. So they brought in Boston Rob, from Survivor, even though in the beginning they were going to, I guess, bring him in and do like, oh, we could swap out somebody with a handshake. They were going to bring him in the house any damn way. And they brought in Wes from the challenge. I'm like, damn, Wes is everywhere. Between him and Candy Muse and New York, I'm seeing him everywhere. Like, Wes is already on Worst Cooks in America, which I'm watching, with New York. He was on House of Villains season 2, and now he's on The Traitor season 3. I'm like, Wes is getting around. I guess it just so happens that the stars have been aligning with all the shows airing, and it just so happens he's everywhere. So, but I like Wes because I'm a challenge fan. So they basically was talking about how they agreed someone from the Bravo franchise should leave because they have the strongest numbers, saying the Survivor people do not like each other. The housewives are friends. This is what Bob said on Friday, January 10th, YouTube live stream recapping the first 3 episodes. The Survivor people and the Big Brother people have all backstabbed each other. They've hurt each other, so they are not buddy-buddy. The housewives are buddy-buddy, and we do not think they will turn on themselves unless they want to make a point. So with all the I guess what he's trying to say is like, yeah, go after the housewives because they're all buddy-buddy and they're loyal. So if you start getting rid of them, it's a lot of backstabbing and stuff that goes on with the other team. So they'll start trying to vote off the other people thinking that they're a traitor when it turns out they're not. Because they got rid of Tony, who was on Survivor too. And I was like, damn, they went and did a clean sweep, with him. Not a clean sweep, but it was like majority of the people in the house voted for him. And he wasn't even a traitor. He was another faithful. But the only one I will say that has clocked the T and knows and got a gut feeling that Bob is a traitor is Dylan Efron, Zach's brother. He's the only one that knows that got a gut instinct that is like, Bob is a traitor. Because he's been paying attention to him. Everybody else trying to throw him off the scent. And even Bob was trying to go on with his dramatics. But he was like, no, I'm still feeling like you the traitor. But I'm going to ease up a little bit. I'm like, you better stay on that. Even though I'm like, I'm rooting for Bob to make it far. I'm like, Dylan, you want it. Don't let that instinct go by you. And I'm sure watching back on the show, he's like, damn, I should have really been like on it. But I guess we'll see when we continue to watch the show. Now, despite Weiger, who's 38, thinking Medley, 60, could be a good shield, Bob, whose real name is Christopher Delmar Caldwell, but I think he goes by a different name now. Anyway, said they decided to kill the Roni alum, saying this really pissed people off on the internet. Bob said of the decision, I don't know this woman. I don't know that she's this icon on Real Housewives. I don't know if she's causing a scene. I have no clue who Dorinda is. So I'm like, girl, kill her. I don't know. Let's pick someone because they're all strangers to me. And that's what it is. I think it's because Bob is like, from Drag Race, and Bob is off doing other things. He's emceeing Madonna's concert and he's doing all these other things going on. He don't know nothing about these housewives. Quiet as it's kept, you don't really see Andy Cohen inviting a lot of the Drag Race girls on there unless he got them tending bar. He don't ever have them sitting in them chairs. He just be up in there rotating and having his little housewives and stuff on there. And we've noticed, like watching the Real Housewives, how a lot of the people from Housewives have gone on to do other shows. Dorinda is no longer doing the Housewives stuff, but now she's doing, Traitors and all these other shows that she gets to go on. And Girls Trip, if that ever comes back, I don't necessarily know if we'll get Ultimate Girls Trip back, especially after the drama that happened with Caroline and Brandy. Now, they said the next morning, the contestants gathered for breakfast and discovered that Medley was missing. Now, while the group's reactions were shown on camera, Bob and Reyes, 52, were seen crying, but he insisted his emotions were genuine. He said, I was not acting. I genuinely was sad for someone to go. Her dreams got crushed. Yes, I did it. Yes, I did it, but it was all still sad. I was never really acting on the show. If I was crying, I really was crying because I was emotional. It's also a crazy time in my life. And what people need to realize also is that maybe he was saying the craziness of his life and he was full of emotions. I don't think people realize this, but around the time that he started filming The Traitors, his mother had just passed away. So Bob was dealing with that. They were grieving over the death of their mom. He was doing the, Madonna celebration tour. It was a lot of stuff that was going on. So I could totally understand that maybe that that played into the fact of, I'm grieving. I just lost my mother. And now I'm off in Scotland shooting this reality show. And so a lot of emotions are high. A lot of stuff is going on. I'm having to maintain this certain composure where I'm trying to throw people off the scent that I'm not a traitor, that I'm a faithful when I'm actually a traitor. And then it's like this little crazy game you're playing. So I totally get it. And so now, while reflecting on her exit from the show, Medley said that she cried her eyes out. She told Decider in an interview published on Friday, when I saw that envelope, it was so unexpected. First of all, I think I should have been a traitor, but it was so devastating because unlike the Housewives, where you can sort of go on and you're in control of what you say, how you say it, and you're doing what you're doing, this you just have no control over. Well, yeah, I think that's what we have a problem with the Housewives, too. It's like this, y'all want to control the narrative. Now, Medley shared why she thought the Traitors went after the Housewives. She said, I just think they realize that the Housewives are strong characters. We're opinionated and we're strong. I think people easily think of me as a strong woman who's been through a lot of stuff and doesn't take a lot of bullshit. Now, after Wells Adams got banished from the castle, the Traitors' next move was to kill the Real Housewives of Dubai's Chanel Ayan, which Boston Rob joined the Traitors after the first murder, as Alan likes to say. She said, I know, guys, I know you're mad at me. Get over it. This is what he told fans on Friday before explaining his strategy, saying Ayan will never get out at the round table. This will never happen. So how are we going to get her out? We have to kill her, right? I do feel bad that she got murdered, but it is what happened. So if y'all care, The Traitors Season 3 airs on Thursdays at 9. It is a good damn season. I have to say that I have been living for all the craziness and all the drama and stuff that's been going on so far. That is a lot of characters on there. I know I've almost forgot Brittany's ex-husband, Sam Asghari's on the show. He's actually playing a relatively chill game. Like, you don't really see him a lot. He did kind of go in on one of the guys because he said, oh, well, since you voted for me, I'm voting. Because he said, y'all saying I'm a traitor when I'm not. I'm like, oh, he look. I mean, I've seen Brittany's husband on Lioness season 1. That's why I was like, oh yeah, he does act. So he did appear in that the first season. The show was Zoe Saldana. So yeah, Traitors definitely highly entertaining. The drama is from a scale of 1 to 10 is a 1,000. I was on pins and needles in that final couple of minutes with the episode because they had to go in and they had to put people up for murder. So one of them, or I guess a couple of them, get put in the coffin and buried alive. And then if they hear the nails in the coffin, then they are going to be murdered off the show. And they went into like this secret little passageway or whatever the case was, and they was being all loud, and I was scared because I was like, please don't one of them be up in that room walking around or happen to be in there when they come through the secret passageway wall and then they get spotted and then they find out who's the traitors or something. So I'm hoping they don't get to that situation where covers is blown. I'm just hoping it's the edit. But so far I will say I'm definitely enjoying this season of the Traitors. I'm loving Bob's Edition. I do feel like they need to add a couple more homosexuals on the show. And I'm not just saying because they got Rob from The Biggest Loser. I think he was on that show, who was really skinny. And the royal, who's with a bloke, as he said, the gay royal that they got on there, Ivar. Because I saw a post on Twitter where T.S. Madison retweeted, and they said, get her on season 4 along with Monet Exchange. And I was like, okay, I can see that. But I said, for a bonus, y'all need to add Candy Muse. So those are the 3 I would like to see on there. Like, I don't want just one Drag Race girl representing, because y'all got a bunch of Survivors, y'all got a bunch of Housewives, y'all got all these people on there, but why are we only getting one person from RuPaul's Drag Race? Like, we can get a couple of queens on there. And I also remember, to wrap this up, that I was watching something, I think it was Monet's talk show where she had Adore on there, and they were saying they don't understand why they don't have them do there should be a show with the Drag Race girls, but they doing like a physical challenge, something like The Challenge or something. I was like, that would be a perfect idea. I would love to see a show where it's like Big Brother meets The Challenge, but with drag queens. If y'all could do that where they manipulating and doing all kinds of shady stuff and then physical challenges, bitch, I would live. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Also, I just realized something. Sidebar. I watched shout out to Morphine, because I watched her RuPaul's Drag Race season 17 viewing party vlog thing that she posted up. And I noticed, and I forgot to tell my friend, I was like, we in her video. And I didn't even know it. I was watching it, I think it was like at the 5:10 mark. I see myself, like when you see the stage on and stuff, I see myself sitting in the chair with my friend. I think it was doing something. I forget what he was doing. It was probably, I know what it was. He was printing out the photos and stuff, and I was helping him print out these little Polaroid photos of the queens, including Morphine. Like, he was taking all her pictures, and he does like these Polaroids of them. And so at the time he was doing that, and I saw like her camera kind of pan on us a little bit while she was taking video of the whole scenery. So I was like, I made a cameo on her video, and I didn't even know it. You said they have ruined so many Black, female, gay, and poor people's lives over centuries. Time for them to get a taste of their own bullying. Okay. And you said, I'm sorry. It's time for rich white men to vote. Yeah, Wes better get that back, because I'm like, he's everywhere. I just saw him on Worst Cooks in America, which I'm watching because Felix recommended it, and he was like, Frankie Grande's on there, New York's on there, and a couple other people. Adam Rapon's on there. As I said, Frankie Grande, and then Wes is on there. So I'm like, okay, I like this season of, if I watch any kind of reality competition shows, if it's with celebrities, I'm gonna watch. If it's with regular people, I won't get too much into it unless it's like RuPaul's Drag Race or Project Runway. Now that my girl Heidi Klum is coming back, I'm definitely getting back into Project Runway. I just want to know if Tim Gunn is coming back. Oh yeah, I totally forgot. Trinity the Tucker's on there too. But who was that girl that made that nasty food? That was like, I would not put that anywhere inside of me. When she was like, what was it, Brussels sprouts? When she put chocolate on it, I'm like, that has got to be the nastiest thing I've ever seen. I would not eat that. Sometimes I'd be wondering when it comes to those cooks on that show. I'm like, do y'all really be eating that stuff up on there? Well, y'all got worse cooks in America. Like, what if their food makes you sick? I don't know if I want to take that risk. But anyway, because I like my stomach and I want to keep it intact. Okay, so now let's move on. And let's talk about the Vivienne, who passed away recently. And we had DragCon UK over the weekend, and a lot of people have been showing their graciousness and their love, excuse me, for the Vivienne. And they had it's like a lot of fans been showing their love. So hundreds of people turned up to pay tribute to Drag Race UK Season 1 winner the Vivienne at an emotional vigil in Liverpool last night, which would be January 12th, as the Stars family expressed being overwhelmed by love. So the RuPaul's Drag Race star sadly passed away at just 32 years old last week, and heartfelt messages and tributes have been flooding in across the globe. Now, a large crowd gathered in Liverpool, England on Sunday to celebrate the Vivienne's life. The Vivienne's close friend, Bobby Musker, shared a message from the family. As a family, we are completely overwhelmed by the outpouring of love for James the Vivienne, he began. Now, Bobby continued, from an early age, it was evident he was destined for the stage. He was determined to pave his own way in the world. The road was not easy, but the dream never, ever changed. And James would always tell us that we would make it happen, and they did. Now, they also expressed their immense pride in all the Vivienne's achievements, saying they are so unbelievably proud of everything that they achieved. We will miss you for an eternity, and for an eternity, we will all love you, is what they said. So, now Isabella, the Vivienne's niece, also addressed the crowd, expressing her love for her uncle, saying, thank you for being here to celebrate my uncle. I love you, Uncle James. Now, fellow drag queen Danny Beard added, I think this is what tonight should be about, a celebration of someone who touched the lives of so many and hailed the Vivienne as one of the world's most recognizable drag queens and a beacon for the LGBT plus community. Now, another friend remembered the Vivienne as a legend who was always willing to experiment and push the boundaries of fashion, makeup, and of course, drag. The vigil concluded with dozens of balloons being released into the sky. Now, the Vivienne's death, was announced in a statement from her reps, their reps, I should say, which read, it is with immense sadness that we let you know that James Lee Williams, the Vivienne, has passed this weekend. And so, and they also asked for the fans to respect the family's privacy, which I have to say, I love the fact that a lot of the fans have respected the Vivienne's privacy and hasn't really gone in and with being invasive. And also at DragCon, how you see this wall that they put up where people could write a little something for the Vivienne. And I like the fact that they did that. And as I said in my last video on this, I really hope that they take this wall that everybody's written on and just adds it as part of the set for Drag Race UK, because you don't want to just write this wall or whatever and then just throw it away. Like, why would you do that? Because I just feel like there's just so much love and positive energy thrown into that I would make that a part of the set of Drag Race UK. But also, I should point this out. So there's a rumor that has been floating around, and I've seen a lot of people send this to me. I think Onyx, if I'm not mistaken, sent me a story regarding RuPaul seriously considering quitting drag. I saw that there was a Twitter video where they alluded to that. But so the article, I have it, and it says the following up in here. So, RuPaul has made his first public appearance since the Vivienne's death, delivering an emotional tribute at DragCon UK. You already know that they did that over the weekend, where she spoke out and gave like a heartfelt tribute and choked up a little bit, which was like, in certain situations, it was hard for us to even understand what Ru was saying, because, he lived for Miss Mamas. So, according to the Mirror, and we could take this as a grain of salt because it's from the Mirror, RuPaul is reportedly so devastated by the Vivienne's death that he is seriously considering stepping down from his hosting duties on his iconic show. This is according to recent reports. Now, the 64-year-old host paid tribute to the Vivienne, whose real name was James Lee Williams, after he tragically passed away at the age of 32. Ru expressed his sorrow, saying, "With a broken heart, I joined the entire Drag Race universe in mourning the loss of the Vivienne, an incredibly talented queen and a lovely human being. The Vivienne has been one of the standout stars of RuPaul's Drag Race, the BBC reality show where drag queens compete, as you know, to be the world's best drag superstar. But not only in the UK, we have so many different iterations of Drag Race, including the main one, which is in the US, which is currently airing its 17th season. Now, they said their untimely death has reportedly left Ru in bits and contemplating stepping back from his TV series, which has aired on BBC for 5 years following its success in the US. Now, an insider revealed this has come like a bolt out of the blue for Ru. The Vivienne was one of his brightest stars, and everyone else what a soft spot he had. I mean, I guess it's and everyone knows what a soft spot he had for them. He has been left absolutely devastated by the passing and is now weighing up his own future. Ru is now seriously considering stepping down from hosting the UK franchise, which will always be associated with the Viv. So it kind of makes me wonder: is like, are they basically saying that he's considering stepping down specifically from UK Drag Race and will continue hosting the US Drag Race? So they said that Ru, hailing from San Diego, California, did not address the tragedy for 24 hours before his emotional Instagram message. This is according, what the Mirror is reporting. The drag queen was initially missing among the sea of tributes, which included heartfelt words from singer Michelle Visage and Emmerdale actress Lisa Riley. Now, RuPaul even eventually paid tribute to the Vivienne, after which sources told Mail Online that Ru is prepared to step down from the UK franchise. This would leave co-hosts Michelle Visage, Alan Carr, and Graham Norton in charge. However, fans of the show are likely to question its future without its namesake host. Williams, who adopted the name the Vivienne due to fondness for Vivienne Westwood clothing, struggled to make ends meet in Gran Canaria's bars. Now, born and raised in Caldwell Bay, North Wales, Williams became enamored with RuPaul and his talent show, which debuted in the US in 2009. Thus, the Vivienne was publicly established. Now, the Vivienne won the first UK series of RuPaul's Drag Race and competed again in the 7th season of All Stars in 2022, as in the American one, where they did the all-winner season. Now, the Vivienne was known for their successful blend of honesty, sharp retorts, and an excellent impersonation of Donald Trump. Tragically, on Sunday, her father, they said her devastated father discovered his child unresponsive at home. Cheshire police were called to a property in Trolton by Backford at 12:22 p.m. on Sunday and later confirmed there was no suspicious circumstances. So, in regards of this, I could totally understand that RuPaul would want to step down because that Drag Race UK reminds him of the Vivienne, and there's that emotional connection there. However, no shade, but out of all the Drag Race shows, I just feel like the US one and the UK one are like the best ones. And I like España and I like France. Those are the only ones. All the other ones is like, I tolerate Canada. But all the other ones, I'm just like, and then it just gets overwhelming and it's too many to watch. But for the most part, I just don't see Ru stepping away from his moneymaker because the emotional attachment that he had to the Vivienne, especially when he's lost so many other queens that they've been, the Vivienne's not the very first, nor no shade, will be the last queen from Drag Race to pass away. When Chi Chi DeVayne passed away, I didn't see him leave the US Drag Race. But then again, some people probably say that the connection that Ru had with the Vivienne is not the same as possibly the connection that he may have had or non-connection that he would have had with the Chi Chi DeVayne. So, I don't know. I'm not buying this story in regards to the Mirror. The Mirror is a tabloid. While it's entertaining to bring the story up and debate it and break it on down and have the conversation, I'm not buying it. I don't see Ru wanting to leave. Now, I can understand, Down Under, because I think at the time they were doing the book tour, And it was just becoming a lot. And don't get me wrong, I feel like adding Michelle Visage as the host of Down Under has definitely elevated the show, because I didn't like it. I don't think it had anything to do with Rue. It's just, I don't know, it's just something that Down Under just wasn't clicking. But Michelle Visage hosting the show, it actually made it more watchable. I liked the show for some reason, and I felt like the queens that was on it that season, they were really entertaining. So they managed to figure out something to make it work. And I don't mind Michelle being up there as host, even though some people had trepidations where they feel like Drag Race should be hosted by a drag queen rather than a cisgender woman who's best friends with one of the most biggest drag queens on the planet. But I mean, I was like, I'm gonna just wait and see how it is, and she delivered. So I'm not that mad over her hosting. Now, in regards to this whole thing with, like I said, with RuPaul, I'm not buying it. So I ask all of you, what do you guys think? Do you think that RuPaul will step down from Drag Race UK? And in my opinion, who do you think should be able to step up to the mantle? Or, some people I was sure would be like Lawrence Cheney, who came into the workroom in the previous US episode that we just saw to deliver a challenge to the queens, which I was like, this is weird. Why do we have a fellow Drag Race girl coming in doing the job that Rue's supposed to be doing? What's going on? Why couldn't she be there to do this, do that part of the show? Whatever. So they had Lauren Cheney come in and do whatever. So I'm sure they'll probably look to another, maybe a future UK queen or a previously popular UK queen and have her come in and take over. But I don't see RuPaul wanting to step down. And maybe he'll just stick with doing the US one and just let other people come in and take over, because not everybody wants to sit up here and do the same, do 5,000 different spinoffs. I mean, I wouldn't mind, because that's more money for me. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so we have oh, you said there was a lady in an early season they used vanilla. That is disgusting. First of all, vanilla extract on chicken is disgusting. He said, I sent you a link. New Wolverine design looks. Basically, Marvel announced Deadpool. Dead Wolverine pool is happening for a brand new comic book series for seasons 8 of 18 issues. I'll look into that. They said they pretty much said the same thing after. Oh, they did? Okay. So they said that they said the same thing about Gigi DeVane. So it might not be true. That's why I said this story is I'm not buying it. Because you said, oh, she's going to step down from the U.S. Drag Race because Gigi DeVane passed. So I'm not buying it. You could see on All Star 7 how much Rue loved Vivienne. She always made him laugh. Oh, he loves anybody that can make him laugh. And I guess it's not that hard to make him laugh. She did. Sahara Davenport, I believe, was like you said, the very first queen that we knew from Drag Race that passed away. And then, there's been other queens that have passed too. Bag of Chips was one of the other most popular UK queens in the first season. Yeah, I like Bag of Chips. There was a lot of really good queens. Even though this past season, I love the recent season of Drag Race UK. As I said, Drag Race UK is such a good damn show. And I think because Rue does relate a lot to the British humor. So I think that's why that works, fam. Okay, so now let's get to our final topic and let's talk about Lexi Love, who, congratulations, won the challenge and won the lip sync in the recent episode of the talent show, which I'm going to be honest, besides the top two, I was so underwhelmed by all the other performances on there. So I wasn't really feeling a lot of the girls when they were performing on, because I was like, let me pull up my notes, because I know I did take notes on who was my tops and my bottoms. Oh yeah, so now I found it. Okay, so RuPaul's Drag Race fans are actually coming to the defense of season 17 Lexi Love after, on the show made ageist comments against her. And when I found out what her actual age was, I was like, child, if y'all don't shut the hell up, regardless, because I was like, I would have slapped the daylights out of y'all with the ageist comments. So RuPaul's Drag Race viewers were left fuming as Lexi Love was shaded for her age and nicknamed Grandma by the other drag queens. Now, during Friday, January 10th episode of Drag Race, viewers were outraged as Lexi's opponent took aim at her age. As the group were in the dressing room, getting dolled up for their performances, everyone was eyeing up their competition and dishing on who they need to keep an eye out for. Now, among their biggest threats for the fashion show and talent segment of the competition was Lexi. Now, Lexi is 34 years old from Louisville, Kentucky, who is most well known for performing in roller skates, nicknaming herself Roller Derby Girl. Outside of appearing on RuPaul's Drag Race, she is a full-time playmate at Play Louisville Bar, a bar famously known for its high-energy drag shows. Now, for somebody who's 34, if you're working at a drag bar that's known for its high-energy drag shows, a grandma ain't up in there doing the stuff that she was doing. And they sat up in there and gagged when she was up on that stage, and she did like 5 splits on the floor, and then on top of that was roller skating. And they want to sit up in here and call her grandma. Now, I do agree with when she was called, yeah, auntie. Like, I could go with that because that's cute. And that's like a black thing that we do. It's like, yeah, auntie, whatever. But then again, auntie is kind of equated with like an older woman. Because that's what they was doing at one point with Angela Bassett. So that might not be a good thing. So now, in a confessional gossiping about Lexi, Jewel Sparkle said, the rollerblading can go really bad. If she falls, I don't want to manifest that. Knock on wood, but that could be bad. You know what I mean? And in a later separate confessional added, a lady with old bones doing roller skating can be very, very dangerous. So I'm a little concerned for our auntie, grandma Lexi. So yeah, when you go and say auntie, grandma, all that other stuff, and calling her old when she's 34, why? Because all of y'all are fucking still got Similac on your breath, and you've been doing drag for like 2 minutes. So all of a sudden she's old. She's a grandma. I don't like that, especially in the gay community, because it's like the minute you turn 30, they consider you old, you put them out of pasture, you're a grandma, all those ageist comments. And that shit pisses me off because I always say with age comes wisdom, and it's not how old you are, how old you feel. And you see that grandma ate all of y'all in the challenge, gave y'all something we ain't never had before, and gagged all of y'all, and y'all sitting up there with mid-ass performances. And I do agree with the bottom. The one that was in the bottom. What's her name? Sadness from Inside. You know what? I hate you, Raven, because ever since you call her Sadness, her Mona Lisa. And if I hear that broad one more time say that RuPaul brought her on the show at the book signing, I'm gonna pull my hair out. And I like where all my hair is because I don't have no bald spots. My hair, I'm lucky enough to have all my hairs in the root. But this witch gonna make me pull my damn hair out or jump out of a damn window because her Mona Lisa is so annoying, so obnoxious, an irritation in my spirit. And you want to know something? In that finale, when they had to come out with that twist, and I know people was asking me before, but like I told y'all, I said it's more likely that twist is going to be revealed in the second episode because when I saw the first episode weeks before you guys got to see it on VH1, I had a feeling that we weren't going to get that twist until they finished up the whole talent show. So they was like, well, basically, if you pull the lever and if you're lucky enough, you could pull Michelle in the water. I knew from that point, I was like, she's coming back on the show. Like, this was a whole thing on production. I don't have no proof that this is true, but this is just my overall gut feeling and observation. I well and truly believe that whole stunt that they pulled with her Mona Lisa pulling the lever, licking it at one point too. And I seen when TS made that face, I was like, sis, I'm with you. Because I was like, what? It was like you putting your mouth on a lever that it probably had thousands of hands on it to get it in that position. And you sitting there licking it. But when she pulled the lever, we already know it's not connected to nothing. This is all due to the producers being like, whoever they feel like either has a storyline that they can continue to milk or whatever the case is, depending on who they put up there. If you're not that entertaining, yeah, they're going to have your ass sashay away. So we already know where this is going. This is it's chocolate season, just with water. So I like the dunking idea and having Michelle up there. No, it's cute or whatever. But I knew that Mona Lisa wasn't going home. They wanted to do this challenge thing. They wanted to cause all this drama for dramatic purposes. And yeah, it's good TV. So I felt like Mona wasn't going to go home. And y'all did that to piss a lot of them queens off who were irritated by her on the show. So They're gonna see how long they could milk her and have her irritate everybody on that show to get a show going. And when they get to the point where she crossed that line and y'all are definitely tired of her, then it's like they're gonna push her ass out. But to get to the point of the other stuff, what my favorites was, because I do want to do like a slight recap of Drag Race, the last episode. My top 3 would be On Your Nerve, because that song is still in my damn head. I cannot tell you, I think that song, her song, what's it called? Left, Right, I don't know the actual title of the song, but I just know like that song is just in my head. Because I was like, you got right to the point. It was like you had a dance to go along with it. The rap was on point. Doshi was living. And so was TS. Well, first of all, everybody up there was living, especially all the black people. RuPaul was living. Because it's like you keep it simple, you keep it fun. It's a dance that you can catch along with. The rap lyrics was on point. The beat was sickening. And On Your Nerve definitely gave me my life with what she had going on. All them other ones I was looking at. What was that queen with the cup of ice and then her ice fell off her damn belt when she hit the floor? I was like, that song was a mess. But On Your Nerve, Lexi Love, and Crystal Envy. Those are the 3 that gave me my life. Now the bottom 3 was for me, Mona Lisa. I thought her performance was horrible. I was like, girl, I was channeling my girl Trinity Tuck. Where are the jokes? Like, where was the jokes, niece? I mean, I was waiting for you to say something funny. But it was like, girl, now if they ever do a comedy challenge, oh, she's fucked. Because if that's the jokes you was delivering, I can imagine if they had to do a roast. That's probably gonna be even worse. You definitely gonna sashay away. And ain't no water gonna save your behind. Or level. Make me sweat, make me heaven. Anyway, and then Lingerie, girl, you was not giving. You felt like you were sleepwalking through that. Like, I know you were trying to give legs, but girl, you wasn't. I mean, you gave legs. You was giving statuettes. You was giving all that. You look good. You look sickening. The body was on point. But as far as like the song goes, it just wasn't giving for me. I mean, you're no Naomi Smalls. That's the only one I was seeing that was giving me legs for days. But you wasn't giving me what I need to get from that performance. And I felt like halfway through the song you were sleepwalking, and then you came to life when you did that dip. And I was like, okay, it's too late. Like, we done moved on. We were bored. And Sam Star, it's funny how like we didn't get no good country song that night because your country song wasn't given either. So but yeah, but Lexi Love with the roller skates, she gave me my life, and like she was my favorite, and On Your Nerve was my favorite. And I know they wanted to do the whole thing with Crystal Envy on her, and that was cute or whatever. And I saw some people say like, well, Crystal Envy gave way more in her performance. I was like, no. First of all, I disagree. It was not only about the lyrics, but it was about serving the attitude. And Lexi gave way more attitude than Crystal Envy did in that performance. So I'm going to give it with her. Now, it's funny how I feel like Drag Race made her 3 that night by giving us 2 lip syncs. One in the best category and one in the worst category, because the 2 y'all had up in there. And I did make a comment about, oh my God, I totally forgot. Who was the other queen that got eliminated? I mean, Acacia forgot. See, now, why'd you name yourself Acacia forgot? Because I'm going to keep forgetting your damn name. Acacia forgot. I would say, look, that hairy booty, I was like, oh, yeah, I get up in that. But other than that, and he was looking cute in his recent selfie that I saw he took with that he was shirtless. I said, okay, I'd smash. But, and then I had some people like, ill. It was like, look, don't knock it till you try it. I have a hairy butt fetish. But But it was like between him, I do not agree he should have been the bottom. No shade. I think Joella should have been at the bottom. I don't know how Joella felt her need to sit up there with that old nappy-headed ass red ponytail behind whatever that was, that Marie Antoinette hairdo that she had in the front, and then that mess of a bird's nest that she had in the back. Had the nerve to try to read people and critique them on their fashions. I'm like, girl, you're not serving with your fashions. You wasn't even serving with your performance. That little drag queen song that you did was a hot ass mess. You should have been in the bottom, but I felt like they did your ass a favor because Katy Perry was on the first episode, and they used a big old Katy Perry stand. So they was doing you a solid. If Katy Perry was not the episode lead judge, I really feel like you would have been in the bottom, along with Acacia forgot. But they had Acacia go up against Mona Lisa. And y'all both gave mid-ass lip syncs. But then again, it was to a mid-ass song by Ariana Grande. So I'm not surprised that that's what she was giving. Because I'm like, I don't like Yes and. Yes and is trash. I've heard better. And the way y'all was giving, just standing there, doing the lip sync, I was just so bored. I'm like, is this shit over? I mean, and I've had that happen many a times. I'm like, is this performance over? So yeah, that was my overall assessment of the show. I'm looking forward to the upcoming episodes and stuff. So far this season is giving. I'm thoroughly entertained. I'm glad I wasn't out here looking like a fool, because a lot of people was like, when I was giving them tidbits, they was like, oh, you better not steer us wrong, have us overhyped. So I said, look, the overhypeness ain't got nothing to do with me. That's a you situation. You decided to take it there, and based on what I gave you, I can't control how you feel emotionally. But so far, I'm pretty much excited by the twists and the turns that we're getting from Drag Race, and these queens are definitely giving me my life. Arietti's a cutie. And I like this little dynamic that he has going on with Lucky Stars. I'm living for that. Look at me remembering people's names after 2 weeks. Because normally I'd be like, it take me a minute to remember some of these queens on this show, but a lot of y'all are standing out so far, and I'm thoroughly entertained. Even though a lot of y'all are Nepo queens, it's like I'm starting to remember. And a lot of y'all are standing out on the show. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what the next episode gives in the future episodes of Drag Race. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think? Have y'all tuned into the second episode of Drag Race? What do y'all think of this stuff that they were saying about Lexi being too old, and and your overall thoughts about the season so far, even though we're only 2 episodes in, and where's a chance for us to get to know the queens. And I think that's why they didn't send Homona home, because they wanted us to they're giving those 2-parter episodes a way for us to get to know the queens before they start the full eliminations, and let people know, like, okay, this is a chance for y'all to stay in the house or on the show with this whole water dunking, the badunkadunk thing as they come up with. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh my God, I just remembered, I was like, and Doshi was like, in my opinion, the better judge. She served. I love the lip sync they did on her song. I just love Doshi, and I'm glad that she's getting all the success that she's getting. And Ice Spice, that Down syndrome looking bitch, can go fuck herself for the stuff that she put out there about Doshi, making them colorist comments. I'm like, girl, when you actually look like that you need to be on the back of the yellow school bus with a helmet on your head, you should not be out here trying to read people on anything that got to do with them, especially when they're a better rapper and a better artist than you'll ever be. You writing songs about gas coming out of somebody's ass, and Doshi's giving better bars than you'll ever get or give. Okay, you said. And Sadness got to stay after that horrible comedy routine. That's why I said I'm gonna start calling her Sadness for now on. Charlie Hides was season 52 when she did Drag Race this season, and gave that half-ass performance to Britney Spears. I Wanna Go. Is that the name of the song? I think it's what it's called. But yeah, when she sat up there and gave that horrible ass lip sync to Britney, I'm like, girl, I still remember that mess. But yeah, Charlie Hides was, I totally forgot what her age was, but yeah, she was a woman of a certain age when she got up there. And I remember when Chad Michaels was on the show, she was in her 40s. So, and Bianca Del Rio was almost 50 when she did Drag Race. So what are people talking about? Y'all don't call people grandma. First of all, if they ever said that on a season with Bianca Del Rio, Bianca would have dragged them to the ends of the earth. They would have left crying. They would have left that workroom crying. Saying a 32-year-old has old bones is insane, especially because the queen that said it idolizes Ariana, who turns 32. That part. So it's like, if you a big old Ariana Grande fan, and even they even said she kind of modeled her drag with the high ponytail and stuff after her. If you want to sit up there and try to read somebody, I said, so your idol was a grandma too? He said, I felt psychic after watching last week's episode because I knew Lever 7 would have dunked her, even though I think it was rigged. I just think that she could have pulled any lever and she would have went in that water. So I don't think they had any intention of letting Hormone and Lisa go home. I think it was all production conducting this whole situation so that way, it's to build suspense. At the end of the day, people have to realize it's a competition series, but it's a reality show. They're there to tell a story. So the ones who are not giving what needs to be given, they're not going to be able to control the show or do whatever, or be able to control the narrative. So yeah, I truly believe that she could have pulled any lever, and I believe Michelle would have went in that water. So I do believe it was rigged. Nina said Hormona looked like Meg. Meg who? Not the shark. I said, I love how they publicly stated on TV to stop with the Marie Antoinette. Thank you, because we have seen people do it so many times. And the only one, no shade, that I can remember that did, wait, who was the one that did it? Or didn't one of them do Marie Antoinette on, what is it? Why am I thinking Untucked? Why is that in my head? On Snatch Game? Who was the one that lost her head? I don't think it was Marie Antoinette. But yeah, I do agree. They do Marie Antoinette too much. The only one I can remember that is the most iconic that ever stood out for me that did Marie Antoinette was Raja. She's the only one that I can remember on the top of my head that is like my favorite Marie Antoinette look. I'm sure there have been many others on many of the other iterations of Drag Race that have done it. The American one, plus the Europe, the ones overseas, like the many All Stars ones or spinoffs. But for the one that has always stood out for me was Raja's Marie Antoinette look. So I do agree they need to stop with the same tight ass look. And she didn't even do it all that well. So yeah, that needs to stop. They need to try other queens. She does kind of look. She does kind of like Meg. Wait, what Meg are we talking about? Oh wait, maybe y'all say it up here. Who's Meg? Don't forget Ice Spice dissing. Oh yeah, dissing her label mate Doechii, calling her butch, and a few other anti. When the funny thing is, Doechii is openly bisexual. So if you're gonna sit up out here and talk about somebody being into women, when girl, you allegedly have been using Ozempic, you wear that horrible ass little Orphe Annie wig that probably needs to be washed, and you have the face of someone who could have been. You look like somebody that could have played in or competed in the Special Olympics. So when you sit up in here and you try to do all of that up against somebody who has way more talent than you, girl, stop it. Like, go play in traffic. My top two would have been Sam Star and Crystal Envy, even though they wasted their alter ego song with two girls that could barely. I hate you because I was watching the episode and I'm sitting there like, I could totally hear the ballroom girls with the noggin comment while they doing that. It's like, yeah, we need a lot of y'all to stop with the Anitra-isms, with the noggin, the duck walking, and the flinging of the hands. My top four for the crowd. Damn, we got top four already? He said Lucky Stars, Sam, Crystal, and Susie. I do like Susie. She's definitely talented. I was gonna say you don't see it for oh God, what am I doing? Wait, you don't see Lexi making it all the way to the end? Because I definitely see Lexi making it all the way to the end. But I know it's like a hard one to choose because you say you like. Well, I do like Lucky Stars, and shout out to Lucky because Lucky follows me on Instagram, so that's why I got a bias there. So Lucky, Sam Star is cute or whatever. Crystal Envy and Susie. I don't know why I want to call her Susie Q so bad. I remember there was a play on Susie Q with Ruzy Q. But anyway, so I said Charlie, I love her, but she was out of her limits. She's better at doing skits, not lip sync and pop songs. Well, yeah, and she said that was what she was that's what she was big on. Like, she's mostly known for doing a lot of parodies and skits and stuff online. And so when she came on and did, and you know what, people I think need to realize there's some people that's good at doing drag, and then there's some people who are good at doing drag race, and there's people who are really good at doing drag race. What was I going to say? Candy Muse is great at doing drag race, but then there's some people that it's like, you know what, they're good at like getting on stage, performing, whatever, but you have to know how that. Oh. Why can't I think of Meg Griffin? And it's like, you know what thing about it? She does look like she does look like Peter Griffin's mother. I hate y'all for that. I don't know why that went over my head. I was like, yeah. But look, how many characters she gonna look like? She gotta look like Meg Griffin. She gonna look like Sadness from Inside Out. That's the one she mostly resembles. And I know I think, what is it, Felix, I think said it. He was like, I think you said that she would be better off she could do that at All Stars. And I'm like, well, that whole comment came out after they shot the show. Because you know they do it in the summer of the previous year. So if she wants to come back on All Stars and do Sadness or whatever, she could. If she, if she makes it on All Stars and does Snatch Game, I can see her want to do it that way. But it'd be interesting to see if she even makes it to Snatch Game this season, which character she's going to play. So yeah, I see everybody saying Meg Griffin, Family Guy. Oh, I saw Still the Mermaids in the building. Oh, I'm sure I don't even remember. Quiet as it's kept, I was rooting for my girl Safira Cristal to win. The gay community seems to be getting more ageist than ever. It's because some of us older folks are living wiser than the younger folks, therefore able to outdo the overhype of the young. And it's like, while I would love to stay young on the exterior side, I do love the fact that, all the years that I've been alive and stuff, that I have that energy, that tenacity, I have that wisdom. And that's what you really want, instead of thinking that youth is such this amazing thing. And it is for a period, but we all got to get old. And some of y'all better hope and pray you make it to that age. As they say in one of my favorite movies, The Boys in the Band, youth is wasted on the young. Maddie Morpheus had the best one Marie look. That was who I was thinking about. I was like, didn't one of them have like a headless Marie Antoinette? Even though she wasn't really that good on Drag Race, but I like the fact that Maddie is excelling in, what she's doing now, which is her interview show that she does. What is it called? Give It to Me Straight or something or another. Said mother. Oh, you said Megan's Peter's daughter. Well, whatever. I just messed it up. Look, don't be correcting me on my own damn show. But she kind of looked like the mother, too. With the memes and them stuff that we be seeing. When she be looking at the pills, she kind of look like her. But I really feel like Mona Lisa looks more like Sadness. Jinx Monsoon won twice, so she's great at drag. Oh, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Jinx, but I feel like that they position that All-Stars, all-winner season for Jinx to win because Jinx is a favorite. And I'm not saying that all the other queens and stuff aren't as well, but the way they did that episode, that season, it felt like they positioned it for, or produced it for Jinx to win. But and I know, like, from that season, they there was so much shade that I know they talk about regarding the behind the scenes. I still wish that we could still get that. I don't think they ever got a chance to film it. I'm not sure, but I would have really loved to have seen them really go in on production and spill a lot of tea for what happened on that All-Stars all-winner season. I'm okay with getting older. It happens, and I stay active and have fun. I'll be 49 in 2 months. I don't feel it, though. As I always say, look, it's not about how old you are, it's how old you feel. I agree. It is a shitty song. But the question remains, which song was worse for the queens to lip sync to? You already know where I'm going with this. Woman's World or Swish Swish, bish? Because I'm like, regardless of how you think about it, both songs are terrible. But I was like, yeah, which song was the worst? Swish Swish or Woman's World? Which they had to hear that song before the rest of us heard it. and learn the lyrics. And I know they was like, oh, y'all get a sneak. And I probably didn't know they was gagging with that too. It was like, and you get to hear a sneak peek of a new Katy Perry song from her upcoming album that y'all gonna lip sync to. Because by the time this episode airs, the song will be out already. The album will be out already. Because to me, I feel like she was using Drag Race to promote her music. Said Woman's World, absolute worst. Switch is at least catchy despite being terrible. Well, yeah, and I will say this. I do like Nicki's part on that song. So I will agree with you there. But anyway, all right, so we're at the end of today's show. Tune in next time for a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I want to thank you all for tuning in and commenting in the comments. Be sure to hit that like button and that subscribe button. Also, smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I did state that, and I'll state it again, I will put timestamps throughout the episode so that way you know where to go in depending on the topic we'll be talking about. And if any interesting tea comes out, I'll be back on tomorrow to give you all more of the latest in celebrity news, entertainment news, and everything in between. So thank you all for watching. Love you all for watching. And until next time, ciao, darlings.